Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This is S4A Livestream number 81, being recorded on Wednesday, February 1st, 2023. With me are about 36 people in the chat here at twitch.tv/socialism S4A, where we're almost up to 1,000 followers. Not bad. Twitch is not the main thing that we do here at S4A, and actually make that 40, now that I'm looking at it. Primarily, this is YouTube. It started as a Facebook socialist meme posting page. We started a YouTube to read Marxist theory and history audiobooks, got into commentary as well, and now, almost 3 years later, we actually launched the YouTube channel February 5th, 2020, so really we're almost 3 years to the day right now. The YouTube has grown a lot. We're over 12,000 subscribers now. We started the Twitch last year to do some live streaming, and also actually the live stream was not so much the point, although now that I've gotten into the live stream, it's not that bad. I used to just do offline stuff and didn't have the chat there, but it's actually not bad. We do some chatting, but I also prepare a lot of articles, and it's not sort of your standard just total bullshit streaming. But anyway, we're here. It's been 3 years since we got going, and we got a big show today, so we're going to do a couple of COVID notes, as always, although really pretty brief stuff. Also, the USA and Israel seem to have attacked Iran, although it's been pretty quiet on that front. It seems like there was a major military strike carried out by Israel, coordinated with the United States. That was over the weekend. To be honest, I haven't really had time to catch up on that, so we're going to just review pretty much what was in the community post on that I posted over the weekend. I think it was on Sunday. And we'll see if anybody in the chat has any more news about that we can read into the stream. We can prepare more on this maybe for next week or something like that. Beyond that, there's been a political crisis going on in Peru for a couple of months now. We are going to cover this from a Marxist perspective. Did you know that the Free Peru Libre Party, considers itself Marxist-Leninist? I was kind of shocked to hear this. There's been very little chatter about it, but when I dug into it, turns out it is massively revisionist. So we're going to take a look at the political crisis with an article by the Peruvian Communist Party published at revolutionarydemocracy.org. And then we're going to look at a video and some other stuff about what the protesters have been up to. When I say that there's a very poor and timid, meek culture of protest in the United States, compared to Peru, where they're taking police officers hostage and then exchanging them for political prisoners and arrested protesters and things. So big difference. The United States is not working it, let's say. And then we will read a statement from the General Secretary of the Peru Libre Party. Again, allegedly Marxist-Leninist, but the article praises Putin at length and says that the dictatorship of the proletariat has no place in the modern world. I don't know how much more deeply revisionist you can get. Why call yourself Marxist-Leninist if you literally don't think that the dictatorship of the proletariat has a place in the, quote, modern world? What at that point do you stand for? From there, we're going to go into an article about Desovietization in Russia that I've been mentioning for the past two streams now. We're finally going to get to it today. And then a look inside the U.S. left. A look inside DSA from Reform and Revolution. This is a Marxist publication of a Marxist caucus within DSA, which is the largest left organization, although it has many struggles, and they're going to be talking from a Marxist perspective about what's going on within DSA. This is important for everybody to know. I'm a strong believer that we have to work with the left that we have. This is not to say to tolerate opportunism and anything like that. We need to correct those things and move forward onto firmer, more solid, less anti-communist, more effectively anti-fascist, more effectively anti-imperialist, more internationalist, anti-nationalist perspectives. We need to improve the U.S. left in general. So why not start with what is the largest U.S. left organization, active basically everywhere in the United States, and look at what's going on there and what are the struggles for better left positions there. It's easy to just say squad bad and post some like AOC hate memes. We need to get specific, though, if we're actually going to improve anything and really go beyond that sort of surface level understanding. So we're going to read 2 articles there. This may be a long stream. So, yeah, I know that usually the Wednesdays are big on the chat. So before we get into anything else, I just want to survey the chat here and see what's going on. Somebody's at work for another 2 hours doing Western blots. No one else in the lab, so it's S4A time. All right, crank it up. So let's see. Technical difficulties. Yeah, I had some music during the pre-show that kept cutting out. I think it was actually just a true glitch. I was using GIMP for screenshots, and every time I closed it, the music would stop. Very strange, but that seemed to be the pattern anyway. Someone whom I was chatting with over the internet called Lenin a populist. He defined populism specifically as a politician attempting to speak for the people and usually targets an, quote, elite. Yeah, I mean, that is a general sense of populism. The problem is, trying to apply class analysis directly to that, it's uselessly vague. So, this is something we've said over and over. There was sort of a major populist movement in the U.S. in the late 19th century. So this was kind of an agrarian movement, small farmers, and it's connected with things like, the silver standard and stuff like that. So you have the same thing over in Russia at the same time. Also, very agrarian population, a lot of like peasants and, large peasantry. The Bolsheviks, were also conducting Marxist organizing at the time. The thing is, the populism that we've seen has tended to be anti-Marxist, anti-proletarian. In that case, in Russia, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party under the Bolshevik influence was able to lead a movement for socialism that was led by the emerging proletariat in Russia. Remember, the proletariat is a class that exists in basically every stage of class society, but it doesn't really get huge until capitalism. The proletariat is a propertyless class. In the Roman Empire, there was a proletariat, but it was small. It wasn't like the main, sort of engine of work. And but the proletariat was known as people who their only contribution to the empire was having children, so supplying labor. So the proletariat is people who own nothing. And that's why we work, is because in a society based around exchanging commodities, which capitalism is, a society based around exchanging commodities, of course, ruled by the capitalist class, the only commodity that the proletariat has to sell or to exchange is labor power. So this is the situation. We're the working class because we are the propertyless class. There are proletarians who, get by on, welfare or whatever, who don't work per se. It doesn't make them not proletarians, because being propertyless is the main requirement. The work is a consequence of that. But you can also survive in other ways without wages, So anyway. So that's a bit of background about the proletariat anyway. Talking about populism now. So as the proletariat emerges as a larger and larger class, as capitalism advances decade after decade and proletarianizes more of the population, then you get a big proletariat. And of course, it's fundamental to Marxism. The prediction is that as capitalism creates a large proletariat, which didn't exist prior to capitalism, it was a very tiny proletariat, then that proletariat becomes the revolutionary class. No property, therefore no interest materially in maintaining a system based on private property, and will eventually organize and overthrow the system of private property because it's not in the interest of basically 99% of the population to carry that on. So it's kind of a matter of time and, of course, struggle and organization. But eventually that is inevitable. Capitalism, trying to perpetuate itself when it's really only in the material interest of about 1% of the population, that's not going to be a long-term thing. But as far as populism, the populists tended to be more of that peasant agrarian class. That was the case in Russia. It's the case in the United States, whereas Marxism, socialism, communism is more of a proletarian when we break down the class backing of these ideologies. Socialism is a proletarian ideology, and the populism is more of that petty bourgeois, rural petty bourgeois peasant ideology. That was the case in Russia, is the case in the US. And as you get from the populist moment of like the 1880s, 1890s into the 20th century, it's in the 20th century, early 20th century, the proletariat really starts becoming an emerging powerful force that is, getting significantly larger in numbers, in part because the peasantry is being ruined and becoming proletarians themselves. This is why Lenin talked about populism being a kind of pessimistic ideology representing the dying future of the peasantry. The peasantry as a class was ceasing to exist due to material changes in historical development brought on by capitalism. So the outlook of the populists is this pessimistic, dying peasantry, basically, the rural petty bourgeoisie. They owned like a little bit of land and provided for themselves and things like that. But as they became proletarians, it was like the world was ending. The proletarians, on the other hand, people who had adjusted to this new class status of, okay, I'm a proletarian, I don't own anything, I just work, I sell my labor time. Well, that is again where Lenin and the Bolsheviks and Marxists focus are organizing, not on the dying peasant class, which is populism. And so the further that you get into the 20th century and still are trying to do, quote, a populist outlook, it becomes more and more right-wing, also as Marxism becomes a better articulated political ideology, represented, of course, after, about 1920 by the USSR. And this is a real movement now in the, going into the mid-20th century. People who are still clinging to populism are doing so as a choice against Marxism. So they say that they're against the sort of status quo. What are they for? This ties in with fascism as trying to be this sort of pseudo-socialism. It's, quote, against the elites. But the reality is that class struggle is the motive force of history, and there are two great classes in capitalism: the big bourgeoisie, the capitalists, the very rich, who own everything, and then the proletariat, who don't own anything but are very great in numbers. The petty bourgeoisie stuck between them, trying to do this populism stuff. It's kind of a canard, and the longer it hangs out, the more it just gets co-opted by the big bourgeoisie. Because if you're not calling for the end of the rule of the big bourgeoisie as a system, in other words, the end of capitalism, then you're basically feeding into the interests of the capitalists. And that's basically what populists do. So no, Lenin was not a populist. In fact, we have two videos on the channel, What Did Lenin Think of Populism, Part 1 and Part 2. And he discusses that at length. You have to do some translation as you look at, Russian politics versus U.S. politics from the same time period. However, a lot of the dynamics are the same because we're talking about classes, people's relationship to the means of production, and that is fairly universal. So anyway, a little bit of an unexpected breakdown on populism. But yeah, it kind of just leads people in circles, and again, it's has more in common with fascism than anything else today. When someone says populist, I usually think of someone who goes against the elite but doesn't target the whole state. Yeah, well, the system of capitalism, exactly. They just think like, the little guy, meaning actually the middle guy, needs a bigger cut of the pie. You know, they resent the very rich because they are small capitalists, petty bourgeoisie. You know, they just would like to be richer themselves. So this is like pursuing the American dream of, striking it rich and all this stuff at all costs. You know, tearing down the proletarian movement, and basically leaving intact the system of private property, but they just want a bigger cut for themselves. Whereas again, you know, contrasting that with socialism, we're talking about ending the system, ushering in a fundamentally new era in terms of property relations. The populists are not thinking beyond the current system. They just want to rearrange it a bit. Solidarity with the teachers striking today and nurses and doctors. I am unfamiliar with the specific strikes that are going on today. I've been kind of out of the loop for several days, so. But yes, whoever is striking, of course, solidarity with them. Do you have any advice or wisdom on how to talk about socialism with people in your social circles? You know, maybe talking less about socialism and more about talking. You can start with agitating. Talk about people's lives. Ask them how they are. And agitation is a process of drawing out complaints. So talk to people. You have to do this in a caring way. If you're just sort of mining people for their misery, they're going to find it manipulative and resent you. So don't do that. But if you actually care, then, empathetically talk to people, listen to them, ask them, how work is going or whatever. It's kind of taboo in the U.S. to talk about money at all, but if you can sensitively raise that topic and then, listen to them and make them feel heard, and as you hear their complaints, it may give opportunities to, again, gently tie it into the structural conditions that are causing those things. Teaching people to think big picture is not easy. In fact, we're trained to have sort of a knee-jerk hostility towards people, trying to suggest that we think big picture when it comes to the economy, analyzing who actually has power in society, things like that. These are taboo subjects, so you do have to go about it carefully and know who you're talking to and know their reactivity to those topics. But yeah, you start with just gentle agitating, talking to people about how they are, and gently drawing out their concerns, and then educating a bit about how their problems are caused by the system. And if they're receptive, then maybe take it another step, and if they're not, then try again later. I was hoping for more organizing. So we're going to cover that more probably in the Thin Blue Lies that I'll be recording tomorrow with Sal from the Red Army and the Thin Blue Lies podcast. With Russia being an ally of both Israel and Iran, I wonder if they'd help Iran if Israel attacked. Yeah, Russia is tied up for the foreseeable future. They're in there, quote, denazifying, or is it decommunizing, Ukraine. And I had a couple of people, when I posted that, a similar comment, that the Russian invasion of Ukraine is helping to decommunize. People were wondering what I meant by that. After I read the Desovietization article that we're reading today, it may become clearer. Basically, any remnant of USSR history has to be completely wiped out, and what can't be completely erased needs to be stained to a point where it becomes very unappealing. They have to completely destroy the legacy of socialism in the former USSR countries in order to more fully prepare them for fuller integration with global capital. And that's what's going on here. Putin, of course, it confuses people sometimes. I wish people weren't so easily confused, but confuses people sometimes by playing to the Russian people's nostalgia for the USSR. Make no mistake, this is skin deep, it's superficial, it's a trick. I mean, really, please don't be so easily tricked. Yeah, I'm not sure Russia has a lot of military resources to spare outside of Ukraine either. There's a lot of estimates, and I don't know how accurate they are, but there's a lot of estimates they have expended an enormous amount of military equipment, flattening Ukraine the way that they have been doing. So, yeah, I don't know how much they would have to spare in Iran or anything like that. Peru Libre is like to the right of DSA revisionist, lol. It's pretty shocking. We'll definitely get into that soon. Am I the for all guy with the cat ears? I have no idea what you're talking about, so I'm going to say no, I'm not that person. I'm fine to go to a protest in the United States as long as they hand me a riot shield as well. This is one of the things that it definitely is a big change over like 20 years ago, even 10 years ago, is now the protesters are looking more like riot squads. In other words, the street clashes are definitely escalating. Now protesters are showing up with helmets and riot shields and all this kind of stuff, gas masks. I mean, the gas masks were always kind of a thing, but yeah, where we find ourselves in another 10 or 15 years, maybe full on war, and that's not me rooting for it. This is just watching, it's an observation based on the observable escalation. So, am I concerned about the ongoing avian flu situation? Yeah, so is this the thing? I saw that there was a big outbreak at a mink farm, and yeah, apparently it has spread to bears and mink to some extent. Of course it's concerning. Of course it's concerning. I mean, I don't, I don't even know. At this point, we're in year 4 of the pandemic, the SARS coronavirus 2 pandemic, and people have just stopped caring. Like, it's less than a quarter of people think that COVID is a major issue. Actually, you know what? Let's just do our COVID stuff right now. COVID continues to be a major issue. The Biden administration and every other government, more or less, is helping to cover it up. So today, Paxlovid was trending. So I took a look at a few things and just put a few things on screen here. So you no longer need a positive COVID test to get Paxlovid, and this could be an important step for long COVID research with antivirals like Paxlovid. So for people who don't know, the basically somewhere between 5 and 20% of people, or 5 and 25% of people who get a SARS coronavirus 2 infection are still having symptoms like 4 months out. And a lot of people develop a syndrome that is loosely termed long COVID. There are over 100 possible symptoms, some more common than others. Brain fog, muscle aches, fatigue are some of the most common, as well as sleep disturbances, cognitive impairment. I mean, that kind of falls under brain fog. Emotional disorders like anxiety and depression that were previously not there and seem to have a biological virus-oriented cause. And a whole lot of other things, heart damage, a lot of different things, long COVID. And yeah, again, it's somewhere from like a tenth to a fifth of people who get it. There's also immune impairment and all kinds of other things. And we still don't know exactly what causes all the different forms of long COVID. There can be autoimmunity components where the immune system, due to the infection, changes and it starts attacking your own tissue. That's autoimmunity. So previously non-existent, people who did not previously have an autoimmune condition developing autoimmune conditions after a SARS coronavirus 2 infection. That's one thing. But persistent viral infection, in other words, you get over the acute phase the first few weeks, but your body does not completely eradicate the virus. This seems to be probably one of the more common causes of long COVID. There was a study out of Boston where researchers were looking for a biomarker, something that they could just do like a blood test for or something like that to determine long COVID or not. So they had a large group of people who had long COVID, and they took a control group of people who had also had a SARS coronavirus 2 infection but did not have the long-term lingering symptoms, did not have long COVID. And what they found was that 0% of the people who had completely recovered, the control group, had 0% of them had the spike protein in their blood. However, the people who had the long COVID, 60% of them had spike protein in their blood, meaning there was still an ongoing infection. So it's been speculated that possibly antivirals such as Paxlovid might be useful, and this may open up some research on that. The best way to avoid long COVID is by avoiding short COVID. This means, first of all, masking in N95, we trust, or P100 if you want to go a step further. That's the main thing. Your backup is, if you do get infected, be vaccinated, and the vaccine protection wanes. So, get your boosters and stuff like that. But we really need to stop spread. We need people to not keep getting infected. Anyway, this is from today. The FDA revised the letters of authorization for 2 emergency use authorizations, Paxlovid and Lagevrio. I've actually never heard of that one, to remove the positive test results. So we'll see what happens. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of anecdotal reports, a flood of them at first. Hopefully we get some studies in the next few months. All right, but continuing on this thread, this is more perfect union. This is like a Bernie Sanders associated thing. They do, so they make some fair points from time to time. So they posted, breaking, Pfizer announces a record $100 billion in revenue for 2022 and $31 billion in profits. So remember the difference between revenue, this is how much money you took in, profits is after all the expenses and everything, what was profit. So over half of the company's revenue came from Paxlovid and the COVID-19 vaccine. And then, of course, a couple of weeks ago, they announced that they were planning to raise the cost of the vaccine from about $20 to $130. So they're raising it $110.50. That's insane gouging. And for now, the vaccine is still going to be free to individual users, but they're going to be billing the government an increased $110.50 per shot. Just jaw-dropping, but this is the system that we have here, and we need to end the system. So Dr. Lucky Tran adds, this was a couple weeks ago, Moderna hiking its vaccine prices up to $130. Meanwhile, billionaires at Davos, this was the World Economic Forum, happened a couple weeks ago, we covered that, are sparing no expense to protect themselves from COVID-19, using HEPA filters, ventilation, UV light to sterilize, rid the air of virus, and easy access to N95 masks, tests, and Paxlovid. Not only that, you had to have a negative PCR test to get in. If you had a positive PCR test, they wouldn't let you in, and if you tested positive at any point, they would kick you out. So people started the hashtags Davos Safe and Davos Standard, meaning this is what the richest people in the world do. The pandemic isn't over for them. It's just over for us. So the richest people in the world are still protecting themselves from SARS coronavirus 2, but for the rest of us, go to work, peasants. So this is basically, the right-wingers have it completely backwards. They're like, oh, the World Economic Forum, it's all a big scam. No, you're being scammed, okay? You are being scammed. You're the one not understanding what's going on here. It is class warfare. If you're rich, you get to not get the virus. If you aren't, then You just have to go suck it up. And if you're wearing a mask among the other plebes, they're supposed to laugh at you and harass you and cough in your face. So anyway, looking at this, you have sort of the Democratic Party bots out in force, plugging Paxlovid and, stumping for Biden's completely ineffectual pandemic strategy. Biden, of course, did mask or vax, where you can either wear a mask or get vaccinated. That should not be mutually exclusive. Getting vaccinated does not mean you should stop masking, because even if you're vaccinated, you can both get the virus again or spread it. So we need to do both. Get vaccinated as a backup, but your mask is your front line of defense. So what she, T Votes Here, wrote, husband and I both have COVID right now. I have heart failure and COPD from getting COVID in February 2020. Husband has Parkinsonism. So, of course, COVID increases your risk factors for degenerative neurological disorders, brain disorders like Parkinson's, like Alzheimer's. You don't want to be getting COVID if you have something. I mean, you don't want to be getting COVID at all, especially not there. But anyway, they're both, she and her husband, bivalent boosted by Moderna December 3rd and on Paxlovid now with their current COVID infection. Amazing how different the virus feels with the vaccine on our side. Oxygen and heart staying normal. Okay, yeah. So the impact of the virus, if you have a recent booster shot, it's, I think, strongest about a month after you get the shot, I think. But definitely those first few weeks, that's a good time. If you're going to catch it, catching it in the first month or two after getting boosted is probably your best protection, but you still don't want to catch it anyway. It's not going to maybe hit you as hard as it would have before the vaccine was available, but it's still doing massive damage in your body potentially, and you still might get long COVID. The vaccine reduces your odds of getting long COVID, but it does not reduce them to 0. It reduces them to about 1 in 6, something like that. So you don't want to be just trumpeting what great news this is. We got COVID and it's no big deal. Yeah, it is. I was saying this last time. This is a novel virus. We've only been studying it for 3 years. And it keeps mutating significantly. Every 2 to 3 months, there's a new dominant strain. Now we're into the XBB, or we're into the SARS-3 world at this point. It's just a different virus practically. So you don't want to be messing around with it, because the earliest that we're going to have any substantial scientific research about the current variant is 6 to 8 months after it goes extinct and has been replaced by several successor strains. So actually along those lines, and this is the last thing I have on COVID today, just double check that's a true statement. One other thing after this. But so on the concept of original antigenic sin, this is something basically where an antigen is like a challenge to your immune system. It's something that gets into your body that your body doesn't want there. So your immune system reacts against this antigen by producing antibodies, and that's part of your immune response. So this is from Chris Turnbull at Enemy and Estate. Study shows the insane drop in neutralizing antibodies against the SARS-3 strains. Look at this madness. So let's take a closer look at this chart. So in other words, wow, I got the vaccine, everything's fine now. No. Let's look at the numbers. Actually, when I saw this probably gave me greater pause than anything else had. So this is a study, and one of the flaws is a very small sample size. N is your sample size. So bivalently boosted healthcare workers, there were 14 in that group, and then 3-dose boosted healthcare workers, 15. So overall, 29 total, about 15 in each group. This could have been, we would like to see bigger numbers. That said, there are some clear trends regardless. So so anyway, there's a closer look, and you see the strains along the bottom. D614G is an older strain. BA2, of course, was the second Omicron strain. Then BA4 and 5 was what came to prominence in the late spring and early summer. XBB is there was an XBB strain in Singapore in the fall. In the U.S., there's a new XBB strain. That's 1.5. That's halfway across the x-axis. So the X means that it's a why am I blanking on the word? It's it combines recombinant strain. There we go. That combines genetic material from two different earlier strains. So the X is like a cross. So that's a cross strain, and it's pretty bad. It's resulted in a lot of hospitalizations, etc. But what we see here is in the boosted people, whether it's 3-dose boosted or whether it's people who also got the bivalent ones, they have better responses against the early, completely extinct strains like D614G, and then much less neutralization against the current strains, which is everything from XBB over. BA4 and BA5 are on the way out now. BA5 has basically been succeeded by BQ1 and BQ11, which are related to BA5, but they have outcompeted it. So this is the viral environment that we're in, rapidly mutating strains that are just basically, they have basically no impediment to their reproduction at this point. People aren't masking, testing, quarantining, isolating, none of that. So the virus just has free reign and is mutating very fast. So anyway, he continues, I've added in here the start of SARS-3, which begins with the new generation of variants and ends with the Omicron BA4 and BA5s. That was basically July, August, September, and on. The new generation of strains, starting with the XBBs, so this was like November, December, January, and current. Just like happened last year with Omicron. XBB is basically the new Omicron, and if it behaves like Omicron did, Omicron came in last November, December, and then all of the Omicron child strains and cousin strains, proliferated during 2022 when they reopened the schools and just let everything rip. And then we got like a billion different Omicron strains, BA 4.6, BA 2.75, and on and on. Well, now we have XBB, and it's probably going to be the year of XBB this year. Do we see any end in sight for this pandemic? No, we do not. So anyway, the new generation of strains starts with the XBBs. So he has drawn a vertical red line you can see there, and everything to the right of that is on the new generation line. This generation has a greater immune escape than SARS-1 did. So SARS-1 from 2003, that SARS-1, that was contained because it didn't really get out of Asia that much, and they actually took care of it. But SARS-1 had a much higher mortality rate. These have a greater immune escape, meaning that your immune system is going to try to put antibodies to kind of shackle the virus, and it just evades them. We know that some of the monoclonal antibodies that were being given to people as a therapy in hospitals can no longer be used because the virus has just outmutated. And it's not just different, it is stronger. It is much harder to catch this virus using the antibodies. So anyway, continuing. Here, they have antibodies from those infected in the BA4 and BA5 wave. And what is this exactly? Look at this. So they're N equals 20. So they have 20 people in the study who were just infected with BA4 and BA5, during that surge, like July, August, September, that whole time. So going down to the next tweet. So the BA4 and BA5 infecteds had lower neutralization against BA4 and BA5 than they did against D614G. It's not unexpected to me, but it's still pretty shocking. So in other words, people who got infected with BA4, BA5 like 6 months ago, they then, when tested, their body was less effective at neutralizing the strain they just had, BA4, BA5, than it was at neutralizing the early variant, D614G. So continuing. So those infected with the much newer BA4, BA5 strains have barely any neutralization against BA4, BA5. That's why people can keep catching the virus every few weeks. You can get reinfected It used to be that if you got COVID, like you'd have, quote, natural immunity for a number of months. That is not the case anymore. It was never a good case for not masking or not getting vaccines ever, but now it means literally nothing. All right? You want a clearer example of original antigenic sin in SARS coronavirus 2 than that? Can't think of one. So people infected with a strain now, their body is still trying to produce a response to the earlier strain. So this is, a thing of our immune system. You got to work with reality. You got to work with the body that you have, because we just can't change our bodies that much. And so, you got to work with your immune system here. And the reality is that our immune systems cannot cope with this rapidly mutating virus. So the thing we have to do is stop contracting it and stop transmitting it. That means masking. That means the other things that we have to do. Ventilation, filtration, masking, weekly testing in schools and workplaces. We need to pay people to stay home when they get COVID, and we need to stop the spread. That's what we need to do. As it keeps mutating, we're setting ourselves up for death, whether it's a slow death from an impaired immune system that kills you in 5 to 10 years, or whether it is a rapid death, but just on a delay as we watch the variants get stronger and stronger until, who knows, there may be a mutation that has a 5%, even a 3% mortality rate would be catastrophic. At the point where it is now, where it's this transmissible, this contagious, if it became much more lethal, you'd have the most contagious virus on Earth having a 3% mortality rate. We would be beyond fucked. You would need, fucked squared. You would need a new word for it. Anyway, continuing. Once again, this is showing that infection with new strains actually increases neutralizing antibodies against strains that have long since dropped out of the evolutionary fight. That is horrendous. So again, original antigenic sin. Your immune system, and this is just a quirk of our immune system. It's how it works. You can be angry about it. It doesn't really matter. It's just what it is. Our immune system imprints on the first thing that it sees, and then if there are variations, it doesn't adjust that well. So again, infection with new strains increases neutralizing antibodies against extinct strains, because that's what the body remembers. So they're citing the study here, Extraordinary Evasion of Neutralizing Antibody Response by Omicron XBB 1.5, 3CH11, and CA 3.1 variants. You can find the link off of this thread. And he notes that the Center for Retrovirus Research at Ohio State University is listed as one of the lead authors. Well, if you want to get to understanding SARS coronavirus, then definitely it's worth studying retroviruses like HIV, that's for sure. Because HIV and SARS coronavirus 2 are the only viruses we know of that attack and just murder T cells. There are some other viruses that can turn T cells cancerous, but as far as just infecting and killing them, you got HIV, you got SARS coronavirus 2, and that is not good for your immune system. You need T cells to fight infection, you need T cells to fight cancer, and yeah. All right. The study also found that these new strains are better at attaching to receptors, which will increase infectivity and likely severity as well. So it's more severe, as we've already been over multiple times now. Like basically every time, every 2 or 3 months as a new strain emerges. Like first it was Delta, then it was Omicron 3 months later. Then it was BA2, and then BA4 and BA5, and then on and on and on. Now we're in the BQs and the XBB. Every time it does that, it gets like 20% more contagious and, again, a similar percentage more immune evasive. Given enough time and given enough repetitions of that process, you're going to wind up with a very, very dangerous virus. And that's, of course, where we're entering now. I think later this year and probably next year, are going to be, if this trend continues, and I see no reason why it wouldn't, we're going to be in a really bad place. So if you want to have some immunity to D614G, which was circulating in 2020 and hasn't been around for 3 years, then it was a smart move to get BA4 or BA5 infection a few months ago. Certainly won't help with BA4, BA5 reinfection, or the SARS-3 strains, though. Lol. So these people who are getting infected and thinking it's helping their natural immunity, it ain't. Your immune system is still thinking about extinct strains, and it just can't adapt to these new strains. What's the solution? Stop catching the virus. N95, P100, wear a mask, and don't take it off when you're in a situation where you could catch COVID. Once is all it takes, and then you're fucked. You know, we've covered the risk of reinfection quite a bit. Let's just take another look at it. Here's one chart. So this is acute and post-acute sequelae associated with SARS coronavirus 2 infection. Sequelae is consequences. So there's acute, that's like upfront, the very severe initial stage, and post-acute consequences associated with SARS coronavirus 2 COVID reinfection. This is published 10th of November 2022 in Nature Medicine. You can see right there, number of infections per individual. Starting with 0, okay, you got risk of 1. Then, as you get reinfected, everything goes up. By the time you're on reinfections number 1 and 2, or infections number 2 and 3, your risk of hospitalization has gone up 8-fold at your second reinfection. Your risk of kidney problems goes up 5-fold. Cardiovascular right behind it, blood clotting right behind it. All of these just keep going up with additional reinfections. So there is cumulative risk here. That's the point. There's cumulative risk. You just can't keep catching COVID. All right, that's our COVID-related PSA for today. And again, I got to do this because nobody else is doing this. Although there are a few people. There was an article in a Marxist journal, Unity Struggle Unity, called Let Them Eat Plague. That was pretty good. I was a bit overlong, but it's good to see more people talking about it. I also added to the linked channels tab at the S4A YouTube page, the People CDC. They have about 1,000 subscribers. Go subscribe to them. They do weekly long COVID briefings and other stuff, kind of like we do. Just clear my throat for a second. All right, that's better. Yeah, so, you can follow the People CDC. There's people here and there. If you are on Twitter, you can follow hashtags like long COVID and, just start following people who post about it from there, stuff like that. Actually, I said that this would end the COVID-related PSA. I just wanted to point this out again. Large COVID autopsy study finds SARS coronavirus 2 all over the human body by Rich Harity, January 4th. So this is about a month ago. Basically, any kind of tissue. We covered this in a previous stream. But, for the person who's like, yay, I got the vaccine, everything's fine. No, because that virus is going to be infecting every tissue in your body, more or less. It's found at, about 100 different sites in the body. And all you need is for it to do damage in one system, for you to maybe have, a crippling disability. And every time that you get COVID, you keep upping the odds of that, because, again, cumulative risk. All right. We're now officially through our COVID portion of the stream. Let's again revisit the Iran stuff real quick, and then I'll check in with the chat again. So this is off of Twitter. Exercise Juniper Oak 2023, which will end tomorrow, is a simulation of full-scale war on Iran. This was last week. Simulation of full-scale war on Iran by the Israeli Air Force, U.S. Navy, and U.S. Air Force. They simulated a multi-front operation, not just destroying Iran's nuclear sites, but also to confront IRGC proxies around Israel. That's pretty big. So, and I want to point out, somebody was like, wait, was this a simulation or did they really do it? Well, that's what they often do, is they will run a drill or a simulation of something they actually want to do, and then under the cover of the drill or the exercise, oops, something goes live. So this was last week. The U.S. and Israel have this big joint exercise simulating full-scale war on Iran. What happens then? And Antony Blinken was visiting Israel as well, no doubt, having some talks about this kind of stuff. So this is last week. They have a simulation of full-scale war. What then happens a couple days later? List of targets in Iran on which missile strikes were carried out has become known. Headquarters of the IRGC, the Special Forces Base, ammunition and UAV production center, refinery, weapons factory, and military bases in Hamadan and Kerez. Hashtag Iran under attack. So you can see there were some videos. And then, this was, I think, going around on Sunday. And it got very little attention. In fact, I posted about it and I left it as the top post. It got very, very little interaction. I think nobody knew what was going on. So the Wall Street Journal did confirm that day, Israel strikes Iran amid international push to contain Tehran. Israeli and American officials discuss new ways to combat Iranian operations. So one of the things here, we know the capitalists, they will negotiate and there will be peaceful competition between capitalists at certain times. The various contradictions between different factions and interests within global imperialism, they sometimes are able to negotiate their way through their tensions, and sometimes they're not. So there's always a risk of negotiations turning into war. What is friendly competition one day turns into unfriendly competition the other day. Workers should not get caught up in this, though. If we were to have our way, we would end this entire system and usher in a planned cooperative economy, completely different from the market anarchy for profit of capitalism. So, again, this is capitalists' concern. This is not for you as a working person to get caught up in. Our interest is international proletarian solidarity. Our interest is peace here. So our attitude towards the capitalist governments is revolutionary defeatism. We want all of the bourgeoisie to lose and get weaker, especially the ones that we're closest to, that we might, that have the most influence in our territory in which we're found, and in the territory in which we can exert our influence. Now, the proletariat is international. When I say we, I just mean any particular group of proletarians. But we always want the bourgeoisie to lose. You never root for them to win. You never root for them to go to war either, because when capitalists go to war, they have to, first of all, who does the fighting? We do. So you don't want that. Second of all, even for people who aren't sent to the front lines, the war transforms the society. I think anybody who was conscious during the Bush-Cheney years and the rolling out of the global war on terror saw, it was 24/7 propaganda. For me, that was a time when I was socially conscious. I'm not old enough for remembering the Vietnam War and stuff like that. But for me, that was like a major war mobilization that I lived through. That was, it completely changed the character of society, much for the worse. And you don't want these things. We want peace. We don't want militarization. We don't want capitalists sending us off to die and kill each other, obviously. So one of the things, though, that is particularly vile is who is the aggressor in terms of initiating the violence. So this is a situation like when we look at Russia, Ukraine, for example. Yes, Europe in the NATO alliance was, friendly. Ukraine was not a NATO member state. But, after the political destruction of the USSR in the early 90s, the western and northern two-thirds of Ukraine tended to lean more towards Europe. The southern and eastern third of Ukraine tended to lean culturally and politically more towards Russia. And this has been the 30-year tug-of-war that it's been in. Since 2014, the NATO-US political interests definitely, through their involvement, the Europe-leaning side of Ukraine started getting extraordinarily right-wing, and so on. Is there a threat to Russia in that somewhere? Yes. Also, though, who actually starts firing the first shots is another story. So when we have, two capitalist states, the Israel-U.S. alliance, also Iran. Um, Looking at who is the aggressor here, this is you can condemn the entire thing. You can condemn all of capitalist violence because if we had our way, we would get rid of the entire system, both the initiator and the defender. We don't want any of that. All right, so there is that. It's one point that we can push back on in our propaganda against capitalist war. And so in this case, in this is the U.S. and Israel striking Iran. Previously, Russia went in and now has been in a virtually year-long operation conducting massive destruction and devastation across Ukraine. That's also condemnable as far as they are actively doing that. They're not defending themselves. They're in somebody else's territory at this point. So anyway, reiterating, we want peace and not capitalist war. And this is something that the U.S. left this just happened. We need to get brought up to speed on and to mobilize the left, such as it is, against it. All right, because this is not something we're going to support. Let me see if I have anything else on that. Like I said, I'll be trying to get more information on this as we go. All right. Let's go back into the chat for a few. I think mass climate migration may inevitably lead more proletarians to lean fascist, and that worries me because I don't see it ending well unless we have socialism soon. Well, let me tinker with the wording a little bit. The climate change and climate migration is going to put pressure on the capitalist states, like the sort of main imperialist bases, like Western Europe, like the United States, like Canada. It's going to put pressure on those systems, and their politics are going to become more fascist. And some of that is going to rub off onto proletarians who have false consciousness and imitate the bourgeoisie. This would be the petty bourgeoisie in terms of their attitudes. People who are not rich, they're not capitalists, they're not bourgeoisie, but they imitate the morality, values, and ideology of the bourgeoisie. There's a lot of that. I mean, the United States, and this is not in any way limited to the United States, but the United States is a country primarily composed of proletarians, the 99%. Even if you're going to exclude small business owners, we're talking about 90% of the population is proletarian. Yet people in the U.S. often think more like, petty bourgeois individualists because they're imitating the capitalist culture which billions are spent promoting around them, and they pick it up. They don't reject it. It takes more energy to push back on it and reject it than it does to just sort of go with the flow and pick it up by osmosis and then start thinking like a bourgeois, even though you're not. So that's what happens. And this is why, we vie for influence. We socialists must vie for influence and make our mark in media and in people's lives and wherever we can set up shop and try to gain influence and gain sway. Because yes, as capitalism comes under more and more crisis, which is already happening, there's already a global far-right convergence, that's going to keep going and going and going. And yes, it will draw in many proletarians who get confused or want to believe that they are just like the rich and share their attitudes and values. We, of course, have to promote proletarian internationalism and anti-fascism in response. So, yeah. You are welcome. Russia is resorting to Iran-made suicide drones, which is basically saying, oh, fuck, we ran out of shit. You mean in Ukraine? Yeah, I mean, I understand that they have depleted a lot of equipment in that 11 plus months that they have been attacking Ukraine. Street medic training is a good idea for leftists. Absolutely. Absolutely. The pandemic will never be brought under control as long as vaccine resources are hoarded for profit. Only an international plan of cooperation, resources, and income for families in regional lockdowns lifting the patents will stop the pandemic. Only socialism will accomplish this. I'd say you're half right. The vaccines that we have cannot stop transmission. So you could make all of them completely free tomorrow, and you could give everyone in the world a sequence of, their primary 2 shots and then a booster shot. It still won't stop the pandemic. We need to stop transmission. So there are additional points there about masking and social reorganization, the testing, the isolation, the quarantine, paying people to stay home, or otherwise making sure that people can stay home from work without getting penalized in terms of their housing, their need to eat, etc. We need to actually take care of people. So this requires a level of social reorganization, which we saw on a temporary emergency basis in 2020, but which capitalism can't sustain for very long because they have to keep thinking about quarterly profits. And so we need to go back to that place. If we want a proper, so I agree with you. The pandemic is not going to be brought under control under capitalism. Fundamentally, capitalism needs people to keep working and cannot sustain the kind of reorganization that we saw in 2020. We need something more like that. And, Biden telling people to take their masks off if they got their vaccine, that was the single most destructive thing there was. And we, just in the last stream that we did on Saturday, number 80, we looked at an article from the American Prospect about Biden's COVID czar, Jeff Zients from Bain Capital. The guy's a complete scammer who, has previously owned a large healthcare concern that was involved in all kinds of duplicitous billing and things like that. These are the people running the pandemic response. They're not interested in public health. They have, in fact, no knowledge of public health. They're just interested in monetizing disease. So that's what's going on. Yeah, it's like climate change. You want an end to climate change, and in fact, we need one because it's literally going to make the planet uninhabitable for us. It's not going to happen under capitalism. So you got to end capitalism if you want to end climate change. It's the same thing with the pandemic. There's going to be a lot of people who aren't going to be around to see climate change because the pandemic is going to get them in the next 5 years first. So it's like just different time scale crises going on that it will literally take abolishing this property relations system in order to fix. We need a complete social reorganization. I don't know if it's from COVID, but in the summer I found out I have pancreatic damage. It's a likely cause. COVID does attack the pancreas. It's why especially children have increased, but also adults, have increased risk of both type 1 and type 2 diabetes, which have different etiologies and different origins to their disease processes. But yeah, COVID, it attacks the pancreas. So it's possible you got pancreatic damage from something else, but that's a likely contender. I saw a clip from the World Economic Forum promoting tech to employers that keeps track of employee brainwaves with the end goal of deducting pay from time spent distracted or unproductive. Again, if you don't want that future, we must end this system. What's your take on voting for the lesser of two evils in a mostly two-party elections and districts? Well, so we're going to cover an article about DSA. In fact, we might as well get into that right now. So the Democrats first took the presidency in 1828. All right. That was almost 200 years ago. How do you like the outcome? The bottom line is that although you can say that the Republicans in many cases are the more openly reactionary faction, the Democrats are not anti-fascist in any way. They're fascist collaborators. They work hand in glove with the Republicans on virtually every issue. And if we ever want a way out of this, we have to build something else than the Democrats. So people, who fail to take this lesson seriously, that every year spent not building something that belongs to us, because the Democratic Party does not belong to us, it belongs to the capitalists, and always will. It is not a space for ideological combat, ideological struggle. It's completely a bourgeois-dominated space, top to bottom. They have it sewn up against a 200-year-old party that is deeply embedded in every aspect of the U.S. empire and domestic police state. And, they claim to be anti-fascist, in that they run candidates against the GOP. The reality is politically they collaborate with them on everything. And they spend more energy blocking the left from this. So if they were actually anti-fascist, actually some part of some, People's Front, what would they do? They would ally with the left to crush the Republican Party, send it into the dustbin of history, pass a whole bunch of popular sweeping reforms, Medicare for all, like all the kind of stuff Bernie Sanders was running on, transformational thing that would improve conditions for working people. And then, politically crush the Republicans who would not be on board with it, etc. This would collapse the Republicans into being more of a regional party. It wouldn't cause them to cease to exist entirely, but that left liberal coalition could basically kick the Republicans out of national politics. And from there, you could go on to transform the country in a way that is, safe from the fascist danger. Okay, record skip. The reality is nothing like that is happening, nor is it going to happen. The Democratic Party is not interested in anything like that. They, at the end of the day, will always say we need a strong Republican Party. As for a strong Socialist Party, Lamau. I mean, it's not there. It's not going to happen. They will bend over backwards to hurt us, because what would happen if the Republican Party were turned into just a regional party? Well, then it would politically, your main options would be the Democrats versus the left would be prominent in national politics at that point. That's the last thing that the people who fund both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party want. They want the political discourse. They want the locus of that struggle to be between two factions whom they control, the Democrats and the Republicans. So if they ever actually broke down the political support of the Republican Party, it would mean game over for their monopoly on the system, and it could be the beginning of the end of capitalist dominance in the United States. So, with that said, I'm going to take a quick break. I will be right back in like just 1 minute, and we will go into the DSA stuff. I think that's a good jumping off point. I'll be right back. So yeah, let's get into the DSA stuff, because that's a good jumping off point. This is a major question. This is a major topic that the U.S. left has been struggling with. DSA is one of the largest left organizations. And let me reiterate my basic take on this. We have the left that we have. The U.S. left has long been anti-communist. We would like to see that change. It's going to take a lot of struggle to do that. So we have to work with the left such as it is, while also trying to talk to people who have not been fully politicized yet. And we got to, do our work on all fronts, basically. But trying to understand the left, where the allies, currently existing allies and potential allies are. Also understanding people who are clearly going to be anti-communist opponents within the left. We need to understand the details of those situations and not just hand wave like AOC bad. Okay, but if you hand that in as your sort of, essay question response, it's clear you don't really know the details. Now, we're going to read two articles. This is published at Reform and Revolution, a publication of a Marxist caucus in DSA, as they describe themselves. This first article is by Stephan Kimmerle out of Seattle, DSA, I believe. And this is an article called Staff-Driven Socialists of America, ? And this is about a major thing that is happening within DSA right now. Basically a fight between the left and the right wings of DSA. And as I've said before, even if the result of this was the left wing of DSA splitting off, that alone would be still, I think, the largest socialist organization. Even half of DSA would be the largest socialist organization in the U.S. So I do think that as we proceed through the next 5 years, we're going to see reorganizations of parties and groups and new coalitions form and things like that. But it requires participation. And I'm a big believer in that. You got to get into the struggle, fight for your positions. Don't just sit on the sidelines and be bitter. There are limits. Like I said, don't get involved directly in the Democratic Party. And the internet in general has become a place for lashing out at things in blind rage. But we can't carry this energy into our movement. Constructive criticism is how we get from where we are now to where we need to be as Marxists. And again, to do this, you have to be informed of the actual content of things, not just knee-jerk, surface-level analysis. The people in DSA are doing something. It's not 100% bad, it's not 100% good, but whether it's the most productive thing or not is definitely debatable. And I think we can assume at this point, no one in the left is doing the most productive thing that they could. But how to improve it and what corrections need to be made should be discussed. That discussion is something that you listening, as an informed Marxist who has done the reading, done the study, has some experience in the struggle, in a union, in a political party, whatever it is, and bringing that experience to it, you have to participate. So corrections should continue to be made to these organizations as the ongoing reorganization of the left proceeds. This is every org has its own struggle. CPUSA has a lot of great local clubs. The national leadership is entirely revisionist. And again, what's the difference between a CPUSA and a DSA? Well, DSA is Democratic Socialists of America. It's a big tent socialist group that is active in, basically every state, is engaged in all. They both endorse candidates. Sometimes they run candidates directly. They also do other kinds of work. They support a lot of different movements. I personally have seen DSA do positive things, and I've also seen them waste their time getting involved with the Democratic Party. So that's their struggle. On the other hand, CPUSA is the Communist Party of the United States, and their leadership is totally it's so revisionist, it's a joke. And that's, again, a very similar problem being tied with the Democratic Party. And that needs to be broken. That kind of opportunism needs to be broken. So again, not just sitting on the sidelines and throwing stones. I would like to encourage people to get involved with some constructive criticism, good faith participation in your local left, network, get to know people, let them get to know you, build relationships, build networks, and then, when the time comes for various forms of struggle, you're set up to participate in it. Okay, with that said, let's get into staff-driven Socialists of America. DSA's elected national leadership, the National Political Committee, or NPC, has arrived at an impasse which might last until the DSA National Convention in August. I just want to add, this is a very current article from this week. The membership of DSA got a glimpse of this political stalemate on January 17 when it was reported that the vote for hiring an electoral director was blocked by 9 of the 17 NPC members, including the 2 YDSA, that's Youth DSA, representatives who only have half votes, refusing to cast a vote and thus denying quorum. Quorum is the minimum number of people who have to show up for a decision to be binding, to be able to take a vote. So because they refused to vote, the decision couldn't be considered binding. These 9 NPC members, who represent the more left-wing section of the NPC, published an oppositional statement explaining their decision. Again, what was the decision? There was a vote for hiring an electoral director. They, the more left-leaning people on the NPC, blocked this. Why did they block it? Here's their statement. Quote, "We believe that the electoral director should align with the vision of building an independent socialist electoral project and show an understanding of the limits of coalition with even the most progressive wings of the Democratic Party." So working with even the most progressive wings of the Democratic Party has limits. And whoever the electoral director is needs to show an understanding of that. I agree. Before voting for such a candidate, we must be given the opportunity to have a full political discussion regarding this position, the candidates who applied, and how all of this relates to our DSA's electoral strategy. We also have concerns about this hiring process. The majority of the Personnel Committee, a group of some National Political Committee or NPC members, senior staff, and appointed members that oversees hiring and other staff concerns, put forward this candidate for the NPC to vote on and insisted that they were the most qualified. However, we were prevented from considering alternative candidates who may better align politically with a broader section of the NPC and who also have the experience necessary for the electoral director position. During any hiring process, only the operations director sees all the applications and decides which ones the Personnel Committee and ultimately the NPC considers. When an NPC member on the Personnel Committee asked staff to share all applicants with the full NPC, the majority on this committee refused, unquote. So basically, the people screening the candidates refused to share all the information about who they were holding back and, what the process was for limiting down the candidates who were presented for their consideration for voting. The Reform and Revolution Caucus agrees with these comrades that DSA staff are political actors. In a political organization like DSA, there is no avoiding that staff will play a political role. I mean, obviously, if you're filtering who the candidates that get put up, that's very clearly political. The key around this political content of this is to select staff democratically and transparently, and to make sure that they're subservient to the democratic will of the majority of the organization. Despite the formal pretense that DSA staff are non-political, the current reality is that the key staff leaders, starting with the national director, Maria Svart, are aligned with the moderate wing of our organization, represented by the Socialist Majority Caucus and the Green New Deal slate on the NPC. So the key staff leaders are moderates, not left-leaners. And this wing, including their staff supporters, promotes a specific political vision for DSA. Specifically, it's one which keeps them closer to the Democratic Party, turns DSA more into an NGO-style organization, and limits membership influence. This wing had a majority of the NPC until a recent resignation from the NPC by one of its supporters. Now, the NPC is deadlocked. So the moderates, up until now, were dominating the NPC. But now, you get to hear from some of the non-moderates. There are 8 votes for the DSA moderates around Socialist Majority and the Green New Deal slate, and 8 votes for the left wing, 7 full NPC members, and 2 half votes for the representatives of YDSA, composed of members of Bread and Roses and Emerge, tried to say those at the same time, as well as independents. The deadlock in our leadership body will not help to overcome the current challenges to DSA. However, even before this, the NPC had not accomplished much. The former NPC majority stood out for its unwillingness to hold elected socialists accountable to representing DSA. So, commenting here, a few weeks back, maybe a couple of months, when there was the big rail strike and the Democrats basically voted to break the strike per Joe Biden's wishes, this included DSA members, including AOC. And so we covered a statement at that time, and actually I believe it was the Seattle DSA, where this guy was from, that was spearheading some of that criticism of saying, hey, if DSA, socialists can't be strike breakers. And if DSA is not going to reprimand its members who get elected to the U.S. government when they do reactionary shit, then your, quote, socialism is meaningless. And that is true. So, they're following up on this, and it's a reference to that. The former NPC majority stood out for its unwillingness to hold elected socialists accountable to representing the core values of DSA. Yeah. There has been a deafening silence in the absence of initiatives that could have moved the largest socialist organization in the U.S. into meaningful action. And again, let's just remember, obviously, this at S4A, we're Marxists, specifically lean Marxist-Leninist, so we're communists. DSA is not a communist organization, although there are communists within it. So let's just remember, when we're talking about socialism, there's a few different things here. Generally, though, we are all found on the broader left. All right, continuing. DSA's membership decreased by around 15%. See NPC member Genbo's tweet, November 4, 2022, and the level of activity is low compared to previous years. So I was responding to some of these on Twitter. So reading the Genbo tweets, this is a National Political Committee member, I'm continuing to see arguments that, quote, things are fine in DSA to support throwing an exorbitant amount of member dues at a bad grievance process. This happy talk is based on a picture that the org is soldiering on, while in reality, we've lost 12,000 members since this NPC was seated. In August 2021, we had about 95,000 total members, 77,000 or 81% of which were in good standing. We are now at 87,000 total members, 65,000 or 74% of which are in good standing. That's a loss of 12,000 members, about 15% of the org. And the gulf between the good standing and the total members is widening. So if you're in good standing, it means that your dues are up to date. If you're in bad standing, it means that your dues are overdue. You still have a membership, but you're behind on your dues. So that's people, in other words, not prioritizing staying current on their dues, and they're on the road possibly to not being a member anymore. So that's clearly a lack of momentum for DSA. And why? Because people are joining the organization wanting socialist struggle. And what are they getting? Mediocre crap coming from the top. This sounds, again, like CPUSA in some respects. Same thing, opportunist leadership co-opted by the Democratic Party. Now, I get we're in the United States. This is, the gigantic military-industrial complex and police state that we live in. You got to expect this stuff. But part of expecting this stuff is being prepared to fight it. All right, so despite a marked increase in DSA-endorsed elected office holders, without a clear strategy to use these positions to promote socialist policies and build DSA as an alternative to the Democratic Party, any electoral successes on their own will be shallow and ineffective at building the socialist movement. So yeah, in other words, you can elect all the DSA people you want, but if being DSA doesn't mean anything, then who cares? The open deadlock on the NPC also marks the beginning of DSA's pre-convention period. The biannual DSA National Convention is the organization's highest democratic decision-making body, and it's where a new NPC will be elected. Chapters will elect delegates who will come together from August 4 to 6 in Chicago this year. You can see the banner there. DSA National Convention, August 4 to 6, 2023, Chicago, Illinois, 2023. After 2 years of stagnation and underperformance by DSA, the membership will have an opportunity to make a course correction, and an important one. To succeed, they will need to grapple with overcoming the lack of an understanding of the current political situation since Biden took office. This lack of an understanding has resulted in a decline of social struggles and protests. The left went to sleep. And a fall in member activity in DSA. Because again, that Trump bump is not galvanizing people. People are like, oh, good guys in office, getting sleepy. And DSA is, the moderates in DSA are all too likely to promote and support those kinds of erroneous political conclusions. Things are terrible now under Biden. They're absolutely awful. And again, who's standing up about the pandemic? Again, there's major outstanding things. Fucking USA and Israel just attacked Iran again. Now under Trump, they assassinated Soleimani. So they seem to be thinking that they can defeat Iran by just the occasional military strike and it'll be fine. But this was a major escalation that they just did this weekend. So are we getting an anti-war movement ready? What's going on? The key to overcoming these challenges lies in revitalizing the democratic life within DSA and empowering our members to assess the current political moment. So what we're constantly trying to do here is do current events analysis, analyzing the state of politics, and develop a new course of action where DSA can have a more effective intervention in the class struggle and social movements. Accountability starts in our own organization. The list of frustrations about DSA's elected officials And the response from DSA's leadership is long. At the top, the lack of any significant consequences for DSA Congress member Jamal Bowman after voting for $1 billion in military aid for Israel's racist regime, some of which most likely was used to go strike Iran this weekend. The lack of any serious consequences over the vote of 3 of the 4 DSA Congress members to take away the right of the railway workers to strike, the votes of 3 of the 4 Congress members to accept Biden's 2023 federal budget that increased military spending above inflation while spending for everything else fell in real terms. The NPC majority did not develop any kind of process to hold electeds accountable to represent their organization, DSA. DSA is currently stuck between the disempowering options of either accepting whatever elected officials do on the one hand, or on the other hand, sterile calls for expulsions that aren't going to result in the expulsions. No leadership was given to empower members to make their voices heard, to draw red lines, and to politically counter the pressures on our elected officials by the Democratic Party and the liberal mass media. It's an excellent point. So you've got to be leading your organization against all of the pressures that the Democratic Party is going to put on DSA, that the mass media is going to put on you. You have to hold the line, stay the course. I'm mixing my metaphors here, but that takes an enormous amount of guidance, some will within your organization to do the thing politically that you exist to do. Otherwise, you get co-opted and become opportunist. You don't want to do that. These failures in political leadership by the NPC are rooted in real weaknesses within DSA itself in terms of the level of members' political understanding, active engagement, and democratic control over the organization's national leadership. Standing ovation from me. So what are we trying to do here at S4A? It's what I'm always saying. Improve the quality of the left. More effectively anti-fascist, more effectively anti-imperialist, more effectively internationalist, etc. Improve people's ability to conduct class analysis and political analysis. So exactly that. So let's say this again. The failures in political leadership by the NPC, DSA's leadership, are rooted in real weaknesses within DSA itself in terms of the level of members' political understanding, active engagement, and democratic control over the organization's national leadership. So the average member doesn't have a solid enough political understanding. Why? Because the organization isn't educating them. The members aren't actively engaged enough within DSA. Why? Because the organization isn't engaging them. And the average member doesn't have enough democratic control over the organization's national leadership. Why? Because it's opaque and undemocratic. Okay, well, there are some of the problems that definitely need to be worked on. In this context, the priority for a national leadership should be to use each debate and crisis in the DSA as an opportunity to raise the political level of understanding and active participation of members in running our organization. That is why Reform and Revolution has called at various stages for the NPC to organize national town halls to discuss various challenges and controversies with members, as well as a national activist conference, a non-voting national conference, as called for in the DSA National Constitution in the summer of 2022. These are all great suggestions, I would add. A clear example was when 3 members resigned from the NPC around the time of the Jamal Bowman affair. This took place against the background of widespread anger among DSA members about the opposition of the NPC to publicly censuring or expelling Bowman, and especially at the NPC for instead disbanding the BDS working group. That's insane, and I remember that, and I had forgotten about that. They disbanded so BDS stands for Boycott, Divestment, and Sanctions. It's an it's a pro-Palestine movement, basically. It's to boycott, divest from, and sanction Israel for the atrocities that it's committing. So instead of responding to Jamal Bowman supporting $1 billion to Israel, they disbanded the working group which was criticizing him. Yeah, that's terrible leadership. So anyway, this was lifted soon after due to fierce member backlash, rightly so. and disciplining the leadership of the BDS working group, although that still stands. So they're still formally, censured for that. But head spinning, this is a socialist organization. Many of the members strongly disagreed with that because they didn't join DSA to support the Democratic Party. Yet that's what the leadership is standing for here. And so how do you correct the situation? Reform and Revolution advocated for an open debate within DSA on this crisis. And, I concur that's a good thing to do. Participation, I'm a big believer in this, getting that debate and discussion going in the sense of there's something going on. Let's talk about it. That is going to encourage people to develop their thought, and it's probably going to lead you to some progress. And as a part of that, new democratic elections to fill the NPC vacancies, either at an emergency national conference or at least national online town halls with candidates for the NPC and with an online vote of all members. Good suggestions. This would have likely resulted in strengthening the sentiment for a change of course, which would have been reflected in the election of the NPC members. Of course, the existing NPC moderates don't want a change of course, so they don't want that. Instead, the NPC never organized a serious national discussion which could engage active members and filled the 3 open NP seats in a routinist fashion through appointments, which of course upheld the previous political majority on the NPC. So they just appointed some clones rather than having debates, discussions, town halls, and a vote for the NPC seats. That would have been democratic, and you might have actually gotten some real socialists in there instead of these NPC members, if you will. Slight pun intended there. In crisis, empower the members. That needs to be the mantra of the leadership of a democratic organization. Unfortunately, the majority of the DSA leadership, especially the Socialist Majority Caucus and the Green New Deal slate, but also at times Bread and Roses, has opposed such a conception. Calls for a serious political debate and reflection at the time of the Bowman crisis were brushed aside with pragmatic appeals to not turn inward and instead focus on getting on with campaigning work, business as usual, stumping for Democrats who just are standard Democrats. If your DSA endorsement has no conditions on it of actually being a socialist, why bother? What's the point? And who wants to pay dues to that? I don't. Unfortunately, it was entirely predictable that without a political course correction, DSA would continue to see a decline in active membership, face new crises stemming from the same problems, and see its campaigning work suffer. Now, a year and a half later, the balance sheet on those items is clear. However, the former majority of the NPC keeps repeating this mistaken approach in their reaction to the 9 NPC members publicly informing the DSA membership of the current deadlock on the NPC, criticizing them for explaining their position openly. So again, they're trying to just stifle and stymie the whole thing rather than letting their organization actually engage in a process of criticism and correction. So they're literally destroying the organization rather than letting it heal itself. But there is no disagreement that DSA's electoral work is important and that hiring a national electoral director could strengthen it. The question to these people is, what political approach should that electoral director prioritize? And who is the strongest candidate to play that role? The calls for, quote, immediate action are in practice a call to hire the preferred candidate of the moderate wing of DSA, and thereby bypass a discussion on using the position to move DSA's electoral work in the direction of building DSA as a party-type organization, which runs candidates who actually represent the values of DSA. The 9 members of the NPC responded to these points in a frequently asked questions page. One part answers the common question, but this shouldn't be talked about publicly. Quote, it feels that the only times issues have been given space for extensive discussion and debate among NPC members is after issues were taken to the membership and people felt some kind of accountability. There are serious issues in this org, both structurally and politically, and we're unsure what other way there is for any type of change to happen regarding issues if members don't become fully aware of them. These kinds of struggles should be had openly and transparently with membership, especially during a convention year where delegates will be deciding what and who to vote for to carry out necessary steps for the future of our organization." Unquote. Concrete proposals to overcome the crisis of accountability of the NPC and the staff. And by the way, for people who are, I think that this is like something of a healthy process. That's why we're amplifying this article and this point of view. I would love to see something like this within CPUSA. When is CPUSA going to take on their completely revisionist leadership that doesn't represent Marxist-Leninist principles? When? I'll be happy to amplify it when it does. Concrete proposals to overcome the crisis of accountability of the NPC and the staff. Here are some concrete proposals DSA should discuss and vote on at the next convention to address the democratic shortcomings that the experience of the last period has revealed. 1. Vacancies on the NPC should be filled by a democratic vote of the membership of DSA. Reform and Revolution supported a constitutional amendment at the last convention that proposed this, but it was unfortunately not adopted. That's amazing, but anyway. In light of the experience since the 2021 convention, the upcoming convention should reconsider. So yeah, basically they refused to do it then. The organization is starting to fall apart. Hey, take this next you missed the last exit. Take the next one and then find a connecting road, but you need to change direction here. This amendment also added an important democratic check for members to be able to control the NPC, the right to recall NPC members. Democracy includes allowing the membership to be able to recall and remove leaders it no longer supports. This would have been a valuable tool to use when the majority of NPC members resisted efforts to correct Bowman and AOC's unprincipled vote on providing military aid to the Israeli state. Changing the amendment to raise the minimum threshold to trigger a recall election would be worth considering. So there's structural changes, and so far so good. 2, empower the NPC to be able to lead DSA and to direct the work of national staff. The last convention took an important step forward by agreeing to pay stipends to the 5 NPC steering committee members. This should be expanded to the whole NPC so that all of its members are able to do the work of leading the organization and overseeing staff. 3, we need a national director who is accountable to the NPC and does not shield information from the NPC and the membership. We don't need more non-disclosure agreements signed by national political members. Instead, we need dramatically more transparency from the staff to the NPC and from the NPC to the membership. That the NPC did not even get to see a full list of applicants for the electoral director position highlights these deficiencies. We appreciate the hard work and dedication of Maria Svart over many years and developing a national staff of over 32 comrades working for us. However, the key task of a national director needs to be to hold the staff accountable to the elected leadership. Unfortunately, this hasn't been happening. It's time for a change in the position of the national director. We need this is point 4. We need a biannual national DSA conference in alternating years between the biannual conventions, also known in the DSA Constitution as a National Activist Conference. Such a conference exists in the Constitution as a means of increasing membership democracy. To ignore it stunts participation and education. I agree. Breaking free from the dirty stay. Now we're going to talk about the Democratic Party. It's no accident that the most visible recent conflict on the NPC centered around DSA's electoral work. Formally, almost everybody in DSA is for working class power and the aim of building a working class party. In reality, DSA's electeds have increasingly worked as a loyal opposition to the Democratic Party rather than offering a militant socialist opposition visible to the broad public. So what's the difference? What's the loyal opposition? I mean, it's sort of a more polite way of saying controlled opposition, but the loyal opposition is, yes, you oppose sort of in name, but you don't fight very hard, and you're just there to represent the opposition, but not actually fight for it. So this group is calling for a militant socialist opposition visible to the broad public. So this is where I say the last gasp of progressivism within the Jimmy Dore show, which now has gone full fascist. I mean, stumping for Giorgia Meloni in Italy, a lifelong fascist. But back in the day, Jimmy Dore was more left-leaning. The show was more progressive. He lost his mind after TYT endorsed Hillary, and he broke from them and started cultivating an audience of MAGA and libertarians beginning in about 2017. Prior to this, he made much better points, and the show became something really disgusting. I personally, it's a stain on the channel, but also a remnant of the history, actually, of the U.S. left, such as it is, that at the end of the audiobook on S4A of What Is to Be Done, there is a comparison that I made to what was happening with Jimmy Dore, calling for force the vote and things like that, which to me, that was the last gasp of progressivism. Here you have people who you have managed to elect to the U.S. Congress, who are DSA, AOC, and the other handful of people in the squad. They had enough votes, if they withheld their votes, to send Pelosi, kind of like what just happened this time, where the Congress can't elect a speaker, and basically that they would only vote for Pelosi if she agreed to bring Medicare for all up to a floor vote. The fact that the floor vote wouldn't pass is not the point. The point is you use it for as part of ongoing agitation and to keep things in the public view, and okay, we don't win today, but we use that momentum to maybe win tomorrow, and so on. So you build off of that momentum in the agitation. They completely declined to do that, etc. The idea is you use those elected positions to build a militant socialist opposition visible to the broad public. Otherwise, what's the point? Right? If you're really doing this for real as socialists and not just as rebranding existing Democrats. Are you trying to fight the Democrats or rehabilitate their image? Right? I know anyone listening to this is trying to fight the Democrats, but how do you bring the organization in line with that to shake off this opportunism? All right. DSA electeds have played down their socialist branding, largely promoting a radical version of progressive or populist politics instead of socialist demands, and are not systematically using their positions to encourage supporters to join DSA and prioritize building movements from below over insider legislative tactics, which they're favoring instead. Excellent points. I agree 100%. The lack of accountability of our electeds, the pressures they come under every day within the halls of power, the pressure of the mass media, and the class collaborationist union and progressive leaders, all of that is treated like hiccups within an otherwise well-functioning system. Maybe there are personal weaknesses or a lack of power of workers or of DSA, but a built-in problem was denied. Instead, the argument has been, especially around the DSA Convention 2021, to maintain the status quo. It has worked so well to gain positions while running on the Democratic Party ballot line. What's the problem? This untenable state, where the political position of our organization is completely contradicted by our actual electoral practice, has come to be known as the, quote, dirty stay. Following the example of the 1234 resolution in New York City, we need an alliance of comrades in DSA in favor of a break with the Democratic Party, dirty or clean, whatever kind of break, just fucking break, and of comrades aiming in a meaningful way to build a party surrogate to put forward concrete proposals to overcome the current situation of a dirty stay. The 1234 proposal did not win a majority in New York City, with all but one of the numerous elected officials in New York opposed to it. However, it started a necessary discussion on how to enact a different policy of holding elected officials accountable and clear expectations toward their work, as well as an outline of how to use class struggle elections to promote democratic socialism and DSA, even where comrades run on the Democratic Party ballot line. So, you want to make the most of every situation that there is. But the dirty stay, staying with the Democratic Party and it's just a giant mess. You need to break. Dem exit. This is something very clear. It's in both the About section of the S4A YouTube channel. It's also the Twitter bio. The fundamental task of the U.S. left is to break with the Democratic Party and build some kind of a left coalition to fight it that actually belongs to us, that isn't owned by corporate money and influence. So we're going to read about this 1234 proposal right after it. And I want to highlight this part where it says the 1234 proposal did not win a majority in New York City where it was introduced. with all but one of the numerous elected officials in New York opposed to it. However, it started a necessary discussion on how to enact a different policy. And as people have to realize, organizing happens in time. History happens over time. Things don't happen with the snap of your fingers. You have to build and fight and struggle toward things, and it can be a multi-year, sometimes a multi-decade process. So people can't be looking for sort of instant results. It's, long-term struggle. Depends on, obviously, what the question is, what the time scale is going to be. But people have to be prepared for not getting instant results. If you need instant gratification, probably this is not for you. All right. Finally, concrete proposals on electoral strategy and hiring an electoral director. Given the lack of accountability of our NPC and the fact that they may not even fill the open vacancy on the NPC anytime soon, DSA members don't have much direct power to push for a course change. However, we can use the months ahead of the convention in August to develop resolutions that we can vote on there, and to organize a full discussion among all active DSA members in preparation for the convention and delegate elections. In the meantime, these steps should be taken. 1. No hiring of an electoral director before the convention. We expect the left wing of the NPC to hold strong in support of a democratic process. 2. Develop a 1, 2, 3, 4 style resolution to work to overcome the dirty stay situation as a basis for our coming electoral work and the work of a future electoral director. The Reform and Revolution Caucus is trying to bring comrades together to develop such resolutions. That'd be nice, right? Trying to bring comrades together to develop such resolutions and offer a Marxist alternative to the course of the previous NPC majority. So that's the end of that article. We're going to read the 1, 2, 3, 4 one, or at least part of it. If you're in DSA, get involved with efforts like this. Check it out. See what you can do to support. Fight for the left-wing positions. This is a place you can engage in ideological struggle and win, but we need the people to do it. So if you just sit it out and just wave your hand at it, that's not going to get the people who are putting their time and energy on the line to try to change this organization and make it live up to what it's supposed to do. Again, this is one of the largest organizations within the U.S. left. Making it as good as it possibly can be and not anti-communist, etc., that helps everyone else in the left, including actual communists. People are always like, oh, why do you even bother with DSA? Why don't you just tell people to join communist organizations? For A, not everybody's ready to do that. B, show me the good Marxist organizations that also have no problems. Yeah, I'll wait. Including even, some of the parties with better, although not spotless reputations, like PSL, which is one of the ones I tend to hear the least bad things about. Maybe they will call you back within 4 months of you trying to apply for membership. Maybe they won't. So there's a lot of barriers to people getting involved in a Marxist organization, whether it's just personal lack of readiness, the organizations being very small and having a lot of turnover once people do join, even just not hearing from them or them just not existing in your area at all. Number of members, 0. All right. So there's a lot of problems to just join a communist org. Well, if a good one exists and you're ready for that, yeah, give it a look for sure, obviously. I don't believe we have the party we need yet. What I do think is we need a reorganization of the left, and probably our party will emerge out of those political struggles and also out of a more general class struggle. We'll get leaders coming out of tenants unions. We'll get leaders coming out of radical labor unions. And these people, as they struggle for 2-3 years within whatever their fight is, they come out with sharpened political consciousness. They join a party. They join a political organization. And again, good struggle generates a good vanguard. What's a vanguard? The most class-conscious sector of the working class. It's a relative term. There's no hard and fast definition. It's just the most. There are people who have less class consciousness and historical information. There are people who have more. Okay, good struggle generates good vanguard. Good vanguard makes better vanguard parties. Bad struggle means weak vanguard, means weak parties and a weak left. So again, this is key. If you're involved in this, get in the right places and fight for the right positions. If you're not involved, get involved. I'm going to take a sip here. All right. And I'll just add again, you know, in places where I've lived, I've seen DSA in action. It's actually crossed my path in the world. Me just going out and doing things as a working person, I've crossed paths with DSA doing real things. I have not really crossed paths with many other orgs. So the reality is this is the biggest face of the left. Having it be as good as it can be helps everyone in the left. All right. So here's another article from the same Reform and Revolution, a Marxist caucus in DSA. 1, 2, 3, 4 Steps of Accountability by Time Moore. This is from 2 weeks ago, January 25. Let's see what it's about. DSA's debate over building a, quote, party-like structure in New York City needs to happen nationally. How to keep our elected leaders accountable and whether DSA should fight for political independence from the Democratic Party are likely to remain the most explosive issues in the run-up to our 2023 National Convention. Again, that's early August. The effort in DSA's largest chapter to pass the 1, 2, 3, 4 plan to build a party-like structure offers a model of Marxists and DSA's left joining together. A model of Marxists and DSA's left joining together to offer an alternative vision for DSA's electoral organizing. By the way, I just want to give a timeout here. When they say Marxists, a lot of the Marxists you will meet in the U.S. are Trotskyists, so like socialist alternative, things like that. IMT used to be ISO. They ceased to exist a few years ago. Keep an eye out for that. Trotskyism is somewhat insidious. I'd still probably take a Trotskyist over a Democrat most days, but it's still not going to get you very far. So that's another hurdle to get over. But is Trotsky, even when you find the Marxists, getting over the Trotskyism, but that's a conversation for another day. I just wanted to make a note of it. All right, so we'll read part of this. This is also about the same length, and I don't have time for it right now, but let's at least begin. A wave of anger is sweeping through DSA's ranks following the vote by 3 of the 4 DSA members in Congress to deny rail workers the right to strike. Unfortunately, this was only the latest example, not the only example, of DSA's elected representatives caving to pressure by Democratic Party leaders, which is something that can happen when you get involved with the Democratic Party. Fancy that. Jamal Bowman's vote to fund the Israeli military, again, just used against Iran, in aggressive strike by Israel there, remains an open wound in the organization, as does the bungled response to it by DSA's National Political Committee. After years of big-picture strategy debates in DSA over if and how to break with the Democratic Party, to if, yes, how, any way you can, the practical and concrete character of the 1, 2, 3, 4 plan was refreshing. Unsurprisingly, the proposal failed to win a majority at the October biannual convention of the New York City DSA. Yet it did succeed in uniting much of the chapter's left wing. Oh, this is what I'm talking about when you try to at least rally the other actual socialists within these organizations. Even if you all, after 2 years of struggle, wind up breaking off, you're in a position to form like a sizable, actually socialist group that from day one of your history is rooted in anti-opportunism. That's a real win. But again, these are more long-term things. You have to get involved and participate today to lay the groundwork for that 5 years from now or so. All right. Yet you succeeded in uniting much of the chapter's left wing and won support from over a third of the convention delegates. It was the central debate at the convention, laying down a clear marker that will shape future debates in NYC DSA and nationally. The proposal galvanized sharp opposition and national attention because it was correctly seen by all sides as an achievable step moving New York City DSA toward greater political independence from the Democratic Party. Let me just add here, when I say that, as you know, a split is not something you're aiming for. I'm not saying do this so that you can split later. It's just if, it's sort of a worst case scenario. You want to stay in the organization and fight for it. But if it comes down to a split, you're still, it's still not that bad in the end. You know what I mean? All right. Visibility, consciousness, and base building. In substance, the 1-2-3-4 plan was relatively modest and limited to state legislative candidates. The most important elements of the proposal were that NYC DSA endorsed candidates should all run as a slate, all cross-endorsing each other and coordinating their messaging, that they should identify common issues to run on together while being free to also emphasize district-specific issues. They should all clearly identify as democratic socialists to build DSA's profile and downplay affiliation with the Democratic Party, despite using their ballot line. And that if elected, DSA-endorsed candidates should commit to join the Socialists in Office group and vote consistently as a bloc together. According to Neil Meyer, the primary author of this 1-2-3-4 plan, and a leader of the Bread and Roses caucus in DSA, the proposal outlines steps to build a party-like structure and is designed to address two major problems: the problem of visibility, consciousness, and base building, and the problem of pushing back against our enemy's new strategy. To take the last point, the enemies Meyer highlights are the New York Democratic Party establishment and the loathsome NYC Mayor Eric Adams, that guy is terrible, who famously told funders he was, quote, at war with DSA during his 2021 campaign. The new strategy of the New York Democratic Party leaders, on full display during the 2022 election cycle, was to more aggressively red bait and smear DSA and democratic socialism. In response, Neil Meyer, alongside co-author Alex Pelletari, argued that, quote, in the coming elections, it is urgent that NYC DSA defines itself in the public consciousness as a positive force fighting for people's interests and asking them to join us in this struggle. So you got the Democratic Party trying to demonize you. You have to fight back. And maybe don't consider them fucking allies. Fucking amazing. The consequences of hiding our identity, of running from the Democratic Socialist label, which implies we're ashamed of it, could be catastrophic. By clearly identifying as a slate and as DSA members, we also distinguish ourselves from progressive Democrats. The problem for Democratic Socialists is that, denied the use of our own ballot line by the U.S.'s two-party system, we do not factor into this conflict as a clear third alternative. Instead of a struggle between the working class and an owning class, politics is framed as a competition between Republicans and Democrats, two factions of the owning class. It's crucial that we figure out a way to heighten the visibility of DSA and our status as a party-like organization in all our electoral work. We can't have our own ballot line yet, but we can take clear steps to present ourselves to the people as a distinct political force. So I would push back on the idea that they can't have their own ballot line. Maybe in New York City this is more of a thing, but that's not necessarily the case everywhere. I know that in New York, they prevented the Greens from getting on the ballot, and they do that in a lot of places. Ultimately, though, the point is building whatever happens in this election or that election. The point is to build the party. You build the organization for class struggle, electoralism being one, a tenth, a 15th of that, maybe. We know that it's going to take the other 85 to 90% of the struggle to actually end capitalism. The 10% or 15% that is electoral politics is kind of advertising and a few points of agitation here and there. I'm going to jump to the end of this article just for time purposes. I will link it, though, in the article. Let me go back one, because they made a point in here. All right, well, here, we'll read the last two segments. We in R&R see this coalition effort. Oh, yeah, actually, I did want to read. Well, we really just don't have time. But and no, I didn't write this article, he was talking about a left coalition. Let me go back one page so we can at least, it's the exact same thing I've been talking about for quite some time. Bringing together a left coalition. Well, if this isn't the exact thing I've been saying for quite a while. Hashtag left coalition. The 1-2-3-4 plan was carefully developed to unite a coalition of Marxist and left trends within DSA. As Neil Meyer, and although I don't think the left coalition should or needs to happen within DSA, I think it should happen within the left generally. So anyway, but yeah, they're urging chapters across the country to discuss electoral resolutions along these lines. and for DSA's left trends to come together nationally to coordinate for a similar effort. Now, that's great to do within DSA. It also just needs to happen within the left between organizations. Okay. The 1, 2, 3, 4 plan, I keep wanting to say floor, was carefully developed to unite a coalition of Marxist and left trends within DSA. As Neil Meyer of Bread and Roses wrote, quote, DSA has debated for years what kind of electoral machine we're building. There are some in the organization who insist that we should make a clean break from the Democratic Party today and start our own formal party. We don't agree with that. Well, that would be my position, and so I disagree with their non-agreement. There are others who believe that we should build a party surrogate, a party in all but name without a formal ballot line. I think that that's fine. I mean, again, running as Democrats is not really working. So, yeah, especially when you build in no controls on the process, which is exactly, I contend, how the opportunists and Democratic Party people who were involved in that, that's probably the outcome they exactly want. And there are those, including us, who believe we should be building the structures of a proto-party with the objective of making a dirty break from the Democratic Party in the years to come. To me, that's too vague. It needs to be a lot sharper and a lot faster. Regardless of where you fall in these debates, however, we believe that the 1, 2, 3, 4 plan deserves your support. We, and so that's the end of the quote, we in Reform and Revolution see this coalition effort as a model of what needs to be done nationally in the run-up to DSA's National Convention this year, 2023, if we hope to avoid the risk of DSA collapsing back into just another left pressure group within the Democratic Party's corporate-controlled coalition. The votes of 3 DSA members of Congress to break the rail strike and the weak response of DSA's National Political Committee have stirred up fresh energy to fight for greater accountability. At the same time, some on DSA's left feel further demoralized, painting efforts like the 1, 2, 3, 4 plan as too little too late. I'm somewhere in between those two positions. I don't know that it's definitely too little too late, but whatever happens needs to happen a lot and fast. Even if that perspective proves accurate and DSA's old guard realignment wing succeeds at dragging the organization further rightward to provide political cover as DSA's elected representatives are further integrated into the Democrats' toothless progressive caucus. Keep in mind, people, look it up, the Progressive Democrats caucus, there's like 100 people in it. They don't do anything. So yeah, that is, toothless is, how about lifeless progressive caucus that only sharpens the need for DSA's left wing to get organized and fight for political independence. If DSA collapses back into the Democratic Party, I think maybe you're underestimating what's already happened, something we believe is not inevitable and will be decided by struggle, the need for a new attempt to build a mass, independent, non-sectarian socialist organization will be clearly posed. Who else, other than the thousands of workers and youth on DSA's left wing, are in a serious position to begin this work? This is basically what I've been saying, is like, let's say all this collapses, even the left wing of DSA starting a new org would be like, there's a lot you can salvage out of that. The new generation of socialists that have surged into DSA over the last 5 years will need to learn, one way or another, to develop tools to hold elected leaders accountable. And let me just add, electing socialists to the capitalist government under capitalism, this is necessarily a temporary process. We fight in the short term for reforms, and we agitate. We fight longer term for the complete end of capitalism, at which point you have an entirely different government system and it doesn't matter. But in the meantime, yes, if you're going to bother to spend the time and energy to send anyone into the capitalist government for any purpose, they need to be militant socialist opposition, and they need to be accountable to the organization. Why DSA has not cut Jamal Bowman loose, or AOC loose by this point? Well, we see why. It's because a lot of the National Political Committee is moderates, right-wingers, imperialists. So, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much definition of social imperialism. Although they're even voted to break the fucking rail strike. So even the social part of that gets called into question. So, yeah, if you're going to bother doing all the time and energy to send people into the capitalist government, at least make it count. Otherwise, you're literally just helping the Democratic Party rebrand itself. all right? And you're just handing over all those all that time and resources to our political enemies. They will need to learn, anyone setting up an org like this will need to learn how to use the positions we win through complicated tactics like using the democratic ballot line. Again, I don't believe that that's really so much of a thing, but they're not even using it properly to its fullest as they are. I think that should be abandoned entirely. In a principled way to build toward a mass working class party in the U.S. The problems of accountability, of leaders moving to the right under opportunist pressures, are not limited to DSA or the electoral field. It's a fair point. This is specifically talking about electoralism right here, because that is a topic within the socialist struggle and socialist organization building. However, you can get opportunism in all kinds of fields. So that is a good point. Every socialist labor activist faces the same problem when confronting the dominance of business unionism or labor liberalism. Every feminist activist grapples with the dominance of large and powerful nonprofits like NOW, National Organization for Women, or NARAL, and their failed liberal strategies and Democratic Party alignments. We could put Planned Parenthood in there probably too. They do some vital work. How's that Democratic Party alliance working out, though? It's clearly not securing abortion rights properly. So, yeah. Or just the existence of, Planned Parenthood is coming under massive attack. DSA is in crisis on many levels. Many chapters have seen a decline in activity compared to the period of growth up through the 2019 and 2021 national conventions. The stagnant growth since 2021 has contributed to a shift to the right, and in many areas, a narrower focus on electoral strategies. In part, DSA's stagnation, let me add, is never good for the left. Never. Whether it's the international communist movement on the world stage, whether it's the left chapter within a particular city, stagnation is not good. We start turning in, and it gets destructive. Turning in is not always bad, but turning the anger you have towards capitalism inward when you can no longer effectively project it outwards onto capitalism, that can be very destructive for the left and drive people out. DSA stagnation reflects a wider objective process, a downward swing in the overall rhythm of the class struggle, but a crucial ingredient to overcoming DSA's internal crises and preparing the new generation for the battles to come will be organizing debates like the 1, 2, 3, 4 debate in NYC DSA. It is through these necessary debates, alongside organizing working people into struggle, that the socialist cadres of the future will be formed. Through this process, it will be vital to build a strong Marxist wing within DSA, and of course, also without DSA. Again, this should happen both within DSA and within the left generally, to offer proposals and tools to overcome the general malaise, just bad feeling in the socialist and workers' movement. This is our central job in the months ahead, leading up to DSA's summer 2023 National Convention. So there's that. Ending that section, I hope that this has been enlightening for some of the people who are baffled as to why talk about this. Here's some of the specifics for you. Let's go into the chat before we go into our next section on Peru. All right, where are we? Let's see. Back on COVID, it is mutating so fast. In 20 years, we will have the same chart, but up to 20 infections, and we'll be thinking we have made a terrible mistake. Lots more people will be dead by then. 20 reinfections, that's somebody who is on their last limbs. Hands off Iran, absolutely. Climate emergency, disease, hunger, mass migration, war. These all represent the crises of capitalism. The profits of the 1% are the root of all evil. Every crisis is an opportunity for fascist messaging, and also anti-fascist socialist messaging. But messaging without organization is meaningless. Yes, because action without organization is impossible. So organization is the key. Agitate, draw out the complaints. Don't let people just simmer quietly. Agitate, bring people's complaints out. Make people feel like they need to do something about it, because people go around suppressing their own complaints. And, people try to just look on the bright side and whatever and wind up, just counting their blessings. Yeah, and some of that stuff's important. You should be like, you should appreciate the good things in your life for sure. Otherwise, you will just be like miserable. But you shouldn't accept oppression at the same time. You got to appreciate the good things in life and find things to fight for. But yeah, you do have to fight for them in the end. So the agitation is getting people to admit the problems that they're facing to themselves, first of all, because the mind is the most powerful weapon. If your enemy can turn your mind against you and get you to suppress yourself, their work is done. So agitation is an undoing of that, is drawing out people's complaints. Step 2, education, is tying it in with an understanding of how capitalism is causing it. Class society, class injustice is causing it. And that's interwoven with other types of special oppression and bigotry, which helps underpin that system of class exploitation. And then finally, organize. Agitate, educate, organize. Organize on a class basis. And there, people of particularly oppressed groups may feel a need to organize on a class basis, and also along the lines of race or gender or whatever it is, if they feel comfortable being in class-based organizations that are general membership, that's great. If people who are especially oppressed want to be just members of organizations, class organizations that are just open to people, whether, of, again, whatever particular demographic it is that you're especially oppressed for under capitalism, that's fine too, and we all need to support that. The bottom line, though, is getting people into class organizations and sharing a common agenda. So, yeah. I debate with a liberal from time to time who insists that capitalism will eventually solve climate change through innovation. It's a big right-wing talking point. We covered a video. Michael Schellenberger is a anti-homeless activist, libertarian in California. And that was basically he wrote a big book about how technology will end climate change. No, really quite the opposite. We need a complete redo of the way that we distribute resources and, or again, property relations. We need a more collectivist society. Have everyone having all the individual things is, no matter how we do it at this point, going to result. It's going to use too much fuel and cause too much environmental destruction. We need more shared resources. That's just the way it is. We can have nice things, but we have to share them. You can't convince them that capitalism is the root of climate change and thus cannot be a solution as well. So why hasn't capitalism solved it so far? And is there any sign of progress on this front? Your friend is just stuck in a really evidence-free headspace. If you're interested in challenging that, I mean, just keep challenging it on all fronts. But there are people who write specifically against. Look up some of the criticisms of Michael Schellenberger's work, because there were entire. I mean, I covered some of them in the video that I did. But yeah, there are specific rebuttals to that point if you want to look them up. You are welcome. Capitalism has made the Amazon rainforest a net emitter of CO2. Even if we somehow invented a way to feasibly draw carbon out of the atmosphere at scale, the capitalist, quote, solution is guaranteed to continue the process of ecological overshoot because the profit motive is fundamentally indifferent to sustainability. Yes. Whatever solution capitalism might produce to climate change would just entail new ecological issues to address. And in part because profits, the way profits are calculated is they don't take into account externalized. I mean, by definition, they don't take into account. If you can externalize a cost, then it doesn't count and you get profits and the shareholders are happy and the system marches on. So anything that they can just write off as like collateral damage to society or the environment, they will. And so their system on paper will still look good. And it will work for as long as it works until it doesn't. And then they'll just hit that cliff and oops, we hit the point of no return on climate catastrophe. That is the future capitalism is giving us. Just like right now, they're like, oh, COVID isn't killing people in the streets quite yet. Yeah, but someday it will if it keeps up at this rate. Well, we're not there yet. We'll deal with that point when we come to it. And of course, dealing with it means finding a way to profit off of it. The system needs to be ended. First presidential election I was able to participate in was Gore v. Bush 2000, and I still feel the pangs of Nader's spoilerism, having voted for him. What's a good way to overcome the fear of spoiler candidates nowadays? Go read Marx's address, Marx and Engels, at the 1850, a little bit behind the times here as far as Marxism is concerned. 1850 address to the Communist League. It's up on the channel. Look, Marx on Guns. Put that on the search engine because it's the source of the under no pretext quote. So basically, in 1850, Marx and Engels were laying out, as the new capitalist governments were being set up post-1848 revolutions, that the proletariat should also set up proletarian parties and workers' councils, like Soviet means council. So the RSDLP in Russia followed this model exactly, and it worked. I might add, it worked when they did it. But yeah, in the early days of the bourgeois government, we're obviously not in the early days of like the U.S. government at this point, so that needs to be taken into account. But the point was, they said it outright: whatever you're going to lose in supporting the proletarian candidates in the elections, yes, you may, some reactionaries may get elected. It's not something we should concern ourselves with. So this is just liberal shit to just like bog you down and prevent us from developing an independent political space where we can plot against them. That's the thing that they don't want. The capitalists don't want us forming our own space dominated by proletarian ideology where we can weaponize it and come up with good, useful, effective forms of class struggle. A lot of them, I say come up with applications of known forms of class struggle and actually apply them and struggle and win. It's the thing that they don't want. So anything that they can think of to try to make their concerns. This is like, again, the heart of petty bourgeois mentality is not being bourgeois, but thinking like one, imitating the morals, values, attitudes, and the concerns, even the material interests of the big bourgeoisie, even though you're not one of them. It's their political concern that we're going to organize independently and shake off their influence. That should not be our concern. That should be something that gets us excited. By the way, Al Gore couldn't win his home state. He was not a popular candidate. Both parties are roughly equally hated. Just every election, one is a little bit more hated than the other. So yeah, they don't represent you. If they were actually representing you, this would be more of a question. They represent your class enemy. The Democrats and the Republicans both represent the people holding us down. So don't get too twisted about feeling guilt from them. They're the people ruining our lives. Yes, the largest non-Democrat, non-Republican party is the Libertarian Party. They're the third largest party in the United States. They're, in my opinion, literally worse than either the Democrats or Republicans. I mean, they're no different at best. But if anything, they advocate they're crypto-fascists. So there you go. You have the status quo, and then the largest organized alternative to the status quo is literally worse than the status quo. But they push for I have videos on this on the channel too. Libertarianism is literally more neoliberal. If you don't like neoliberalism, you should hate the Libertarian Party because that is entirely what they are about, top to bottom. No social safety net, free market, deregulated capitalism, privatize everything. That's the Libertarian Party. Plus weed. It's amazing. So yeah, and even that, the weed is probably a head fake because it's arguably like more sort of left liberal places that have decriminalized cannabis, and then anyway, it's just absurd. It recalls all the memes of like JoJo, the 2020 Libertarian Party presidential candidate. It's like, have you ever done corporate pollution on weed? It's like, there's the Libertarian platform for you. I bet being someone like Kshama Sawant is exhausting. I don't blame her for not running again. Will suck if she doesn't have a viable replacement, though. I mean, okay, so I am not Kshama Sawant. I'm not in elected office in a major U.S. city trying to represent, socialism. I'm currently building up a channel to just over 12,000 subscribers on YouTube, etc. And I'll tell you, the work even doing this is exhausting, often thankless. I appreciate the people who do thank and support. Actually, speaking of, let's just go ahead and put the patrons' names on the screen. If you like this channel, where did I put that? If you like this channel, thank a patron and also consider becoming one. Where the hell did I put this? Thank a patron and consider becoming one yourself. And I swear I exported the new... There it is. Jeez, I don't know why that was hiding so much. Consider becoming one yourself, patreon.com/socialism for all. Yeah, even doing this for 3 years has at times been just utterly fatiguing. And, I've had to make adjustments to be able to keep doing it. I guarantee you, if I ever stopped doing this channel, I would at least leave the channel up. Would not pull like a bad mouse and nuke it. In other words, I would take a break rather than ending it. But I am constantly looking for ways to continue, doing it. But yeah, I mean, absolutely, whatever the limits of Kshama Sawant's Trotskyism or etc., she is engaged in some meaningful real-world political struggles against Amazon, different kinds of stuff, and takes an enormous amount of abuse over it. So yeah, absolutely, that needs to not be overlooked. When people are doing their keyboard warrior bit and, lobbing grenades there in internet comments, you got to remember, like, people who are actually doing something, not just commenting on stuff, it's a lot of work to actually, and I say this, again, I'm acknowledging my perspective on this is limited. Again, I'm not a socialist elected official in a major U.S. city, and that experience is not directly comparable in intensity. But the principle is the same. Of doing this stuff is, it can really drain you. So yeah, if she doesn't run again, I mean, a person can only just sort of take it for so long, is the point. Every little bit of support and encouragement really does count. So, and every little bit of harassment and antagonism also counts, so don't be a fucking jackass. And, if you would not like to see a person, whether it's a politician, whether it's a channel, whatever it is, if you would not like to see them go away entirely, be as constructive as humanly possible, because, everything that gets laden with sort of unbridled hostility, and there's a lot of it, it takes a chunk out. And, you can only hope at the end of the day that the enthusiasm and support outweighs it. But, yeah, that's a very, very real thing. It's funny how different economic ideologies get torpedoed by their followers being... That's a really... bizarre first time and last time chat. Oh, I didn't even read your screen name, from an anti-Jewish fascist troll. Tremendous there. All right. You have had your last comment. All right, from there, let us go ahead and jump into the Peru stuff as soon as the fascist troll is now banned. There we go, from the chat. Let's go ahead and talk Peru. So we're going to start with the PCP. This is the Communist Party, Marxist-Leninist, PCP ML in parentheses. This was taken from revolutionarydemocracy.org. Down with the parliamentary coup d'etat orchestrated by the right and U.S. imperialism. For a sovereign and popular constituent assembly, they should all go. Dated December 8, 2022. So there's been a political crisis going on in Peru for a couple of months now. So we're going to get a breakdown of this from the Peruvian Communist Party, and then we're going to look at a couple of other aspects of it from different articles and things. So what happened today, Wednesday, December 7, 2022, at noon in Peru, has not been an unplanned event or just an outburst of adventurism from former President Pedro Castillo, who gave a televised speech to dissolve the Congress of the Republic and thus seek to put an end to the disputes between the executive and legislative branches. That's one way to do it. This dispute trapped many bills. It's like, I'm going to turn this car around right now. The dispute trapped many bills that could provide some solutions in the current context of food, energy, economic, and political crisis that the country is experiencing. There are major elements that we cannot lose sight of so as not to become foolish victims of the deception of others and our own, and to unmask the class interests that have been in contest in the current situation, in the face of which we cannot be naive. The OAS, this is the Organization of American States, or stationed in the country weeks ago, was more than a mission to contribute to the stability of Peru, the possibilities of establishing a transitional government within the framework of maintaining calm in the region. This was one of the directives of U.S. imperialism, of which the government of Pedro Castillo did not affect any of its interests, but on the contrary, gave it more possibilities to consolidate its domination, following the recommendations of the IMF and World Bank. By the way, I'd like to also just note here again, so Pedro Castillo's party, Peru Libre, Free Peru, thinks of itself as Marxist-Leninist. As we're going to read a statement from their general secretary, Cerrone, it is just absolutely fallen into some of the worst revisionism you could possibly imagine, and so is not, I would say, not actually Marxist-Leninist in practice. So, and clearly not also according to the PCPML. All right. The mission of the OAS and the interests of U.S. imperialism should have been to seek stability so that the forces of the left would no longer raise the demand for the call for a sovereign and popular constituent assembly. This would lay the foundations for a new economic model that would enable national development and the improvement of the living conditions of working people. In addition to this, it would avoid a new government that would bring Peru closer to Chinese and Russian influence after the Constituent Assembly. There exists in the world a context of inter-imperialist contention, which puts us in danger of war. The United States, the countries of the European Union, Russia, and China are fighting for a new redivision of the world in the context of the economic, political, food, and energy crisis on a global scale. Very good, well-stated point. For this, U.S. imperialism had to cool the foci that would make possible the progress of the left forces and pay more attention to the inter-imperialist contradictions. So the U.S. is trying to prevent us, the left, from analyzing all this stuff going on in as far as the inter-imperialist struggles to redivide and reconquer the world in a new redivided order between the U.S., Europe, Russia, and China. There is a very important background in which the Peruvian oligarchy plays a role, because that plotted that Pedro Castillo would feel confidence in the support of the armed forces and police so that in his speech he would, quote, temporarily dissolve Congress and in the end be abandoned. This would provide all the tools to proceed with a constitutional vacancy from the Congress of the Republic, in which first Vice President Dina Boluarte assumed the leadership of the country. So this has happened, and she's been supported by the Peruvian right wing, and this is like a real about face. I believe even Peru Libre kicked her out for just completely abandoning any pretense of being left wing. So anyway, Vice President Dina Boluarte has taken over. You can look up, there's tons of videos of protests going on in Peru. There's lots of footage of it if you want to see it. For a long time, Boluarte had been the transition card for the parties of the right and had already prepared a speech that denounced Castillo's attempted self-coup and raised the banners of the defense of the constitutional order and respect for the institutionality of the armed forces and police. Pedro Castillo wanted to carry out a coup d'etat in the Fujimonteenista style, repeating the unhappy phrases that led us to remember the origin of the violent plan of establishment of neoliberalism in Peru. So Fujimori This is part of the right wing in Peru and continues to be. And that's who is now supporting or offering support to Boluarte. Marx said, history repeats itself. The first time is tragedy, the second is farce. The farce in which Pedro Castillo fell undoubtedly means a blow to the banners raised by the popular movement for the change in the political constitution, to limit the action of the monopolies and oligopolies, and to put an end to the subsidiary role of the state in those industries, and to stop the blatant sale of our natural resources to transnational corporations. The workers are in the streets raising their voices in protest against this maneuver of the oligarchy and U.S. imperialism, who with a false call for national unity are trying to divert our attention from the danger that is currently being experienced by the peasant and indigenous communities and national agricultural production. There are more than 46 mining mega projects that they want to carry out by grabbing communal territories without a social license and without fully evaluating the impact on the environment and agricultural production. At the same time, they limited the use of the referendum to make changes to the 1993 Constitution. This is in the context of a food crisis, which so far in the first national productive stage has already lost 20% of agricultural production due to the absence of rain or drought. So in other words, they're trying to open up 4 dozen mega mining projects without evaluating the impact on agricultural or environmental issues when they're already having a food production crisis due to drought and other things. There is no fertilizer production or petrochemical plant that industrializes our gas. All this will affect the food supply starting with the second 2 months of 2023. So this inter-imperialist crisis breaking out first in Ukraine and with the invasion by Russia, that's having a major impact on both Ukraine and Russia are major grain exporters. They export some of the most wheat, also sunflower seeds and other things. These are important foods for people in other countries. And they're both in the top 5 of like wheat exporters and barley and other grains. And so this is, again, add in the climate change thing. We had terrible droughts last year where you could just walk straight across things that are normally rivers because they were just dry. Maybe the river had been reduced to some puddles. And so now there's going to be wars also disrupting, and then also mining projects. And so this is the context that this is occurring in. And again, those food shortages that we're being warned about, the production disruptions started last year. Well, as it happens in the 21st century, we don't live generally hand to mouth. There are stockpiles of food, grains and beans and, everything that can be preserved. Even the apples that you eat, which are fresh, are a lot of times kept in refrigerators for months and months before they actually reach the supermarket, unless you're buying locally, if you're in a place that, for example, produces apples. But so you can disrupt the food supply or food production, and it won't necessarily have an immediate impact on the food supply in terms of shortages hitting the actual stores because there are grain storehouses and things like that. There is a surplus. However, you will run out of them eventually. And so they're predicting last year that the grain production disruption due to the Russia-Ukraine war was going to have effects in 2023. So they're talking about the second 2 months of 2023, the Peruvian food supply will be, their domestic production, and then they won't necessarily have the international market to turn to. The monopolies that control the import of food, the financial system, and the press that agitated for the vacancy in order to continue to receive money for state propaganda are the ones that benefited the most by this right-wing coup d'etat, orchestrated by U.S. imperialism, and that does not prevent the movement in the streets of the workers and organized people, who again are protesting like their lives depend on it, and they probably do. We, the Peruvian Communist Party, Marxist-Leninist, call on the workers and peoples to remain in the streets in order to defend the popular program, to counter the attempt of the parasitic bourgeoisie to impose transnational projects and interests on the country. They should advance in an organized manner to demand that all the corrupt ones leave and convene a sovereign and popular constituent assembly, in which the organized forces of the people can discuss the model of country that we currently need. Recent experience has shown us that the electoral path of bourgeois democracy has its limits and should not be the only way in which the working people express their will. Likewise, it is clear that the armed forces and national police are always at the service of the ruling classes in the country, and we cannot believe that the changes that the people and country need can be made by this Congress and the new presidency of the country. There would be no caudillo who can replace the role of the organized working people in the task of building a people's democratic republic or to defend their interests. Neither the forces of nationalism, of a pro-fascist tendency that covered the escape of Montesinos in 2000, nor social democracy in the NGOs, which want new elections without changing the Constitution, are sure paths for the fulfillment of the program of the popular movement. Only the organized people can save the people. Down with the parliamentary coup d'etat plotted by the right and U.S. imperialism. For a sovereign and popular constituent assembly, all the corrupt ones must go. Signed, Nilo Candela, Secretary General for the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the Peruvian Communist Party, ML. Bravo. Good statement. And so, we mentioned, they're talking about the people need to stay in the streets. I mentioned how there is, in fact, a ton of political activity going on in the streets. Let me bring up some footage. So this is some of what the protesters are up to. This is the intensity of it. Protesters set off airport fire, hold police officers hostage in Peru. The protests have swelled since the South American country's legislature threw out Castillo on Wednesday, this is back in December, after he tried to dissolve Congress and rule by decree. So this is by the AFP. And I'm not sure what this is, the Kaji Times or something. Not heard of it before. But on Sunday, protests against Peru's new government turned deadly, with 2 people killed as the police clashed with angry demonstrators calling for a national strike, fresh elections, and the release of detained former President Pedro Castillo. The protests have swelled, notably in the northern and Andean towns, since the South American country's legislature threw out the leftist Castillo on Wednesday after he tried to dissolve Congress and rule by decree. Dina Boluarte, a former prosecutor who had served as Castillo's vice president, was quickly sworn in to replace him. On Saturday, she introduced her new cabinet, a group with an independent and technocratic profile and including 8 women. She named former prosecutor Pedro Angulo as prime minister. After his impeachment, Castillo was quickly arrested. And on Sunday, demonstrators in cities across the country's interior, including Cajamarca, Arequipa, Huancayo, Cusco, and Puno, demanded his release. New clashes broke out on Sunday between protesters and police in the southern city of Andahuaylas, leaving 2 dead and at least 5 injured, including a police officer, as demonstrators attempted to storm the city's airport. Authorities said riot police were deployed to the airport to contain the thousands of demonstrators in Andahuaylas, which lies in Boluarte's home region of Apurímac. So let's look at a little bit of the footage of this. Is protesters. So got this off of Twitter. I'll put the link. In Peru, protesters started taking police hostage every time a protester was arrested, and then they would get together to do like hostage exchanges, basically. Here's some footage. Hang on a sec. I know that's not on the screen. It's because of something I did before. Let me just reload it in a new instance of the video here.
Por favor, mamá, ponga un ladito, a un ladito. El otro. El otro.
So yeah, some crazy shit going on in Peru. And really all power to the people out protesting in Peru for the social changes that they need. It's really heartening to see people standing up for that. I know it often takes people being pushed to the breaking point for that, but it is really important for them to get out there and do it, and for left parties to, advise and guide the protesting masses for the most, optimal outcomes that we can get. So before we go into our closing article on Desovietization, here's our sort of linking piece from Peru Libre's, I think I said the guy's name wrong, General Secretary Vladimir Roy Cerrón Rojas. No, I wrote the thing. So anyway, this is it. I just used a Google Translate quickly to get some English here. And nope, that's the same thing. And let's read this statement, which translates to, from the dictatorship of the proletariat of Joseph Stalin to the dictatorship of the law, of Vladimir Putin, by Vladimir Roy Cerrón Rojas. This is from July 1st, 2020, so 2.5 years ago, but I mean, not very long ago. This is published on Peru Libre's official site. Remember, everything I see in connection with this party claims to be Marxist-Leninist. The point here being, talk about the depths of revisionism that you can stumble into. And when people say things like, oh, well, the CPRF or KPRF in Russia supports the invasion of Ukraine, I think people sometimes underestimate how revisionist Marxist-Leninist parties can become, yet still talk about themselves as being Marxist-Leninist. Let's see what this article has to say. And one thing I want you to keep in mind when you're listening to this article is, what was the point of publishing this article? It just seems to me to just be entirely in praise of Putin. There is no other point. It's not even like linked in with any particular current events. It just solely exists to just provide some Marxist cover to Putin. Absolutely despicable. But let's read. Joseph Stalin came to power after the death of Vladimir Lenin. For being a member of the Bolshevik Party, still against Lenin's own will, but supported by the organization that he had forged during Lenin's exile. This was the hardest or most hardline faction in the party. Vladimir Putin, let's start with the first thing. Did Stalin really come to power against Lenin's own will? Unless we're going with that Lenin's, final testament, which may be apocryphal. Anyway, we're starting off with that. That's not the main point. It's just literally how the thing is opening. But anyway, Vladimir Putin comes to power at the hands of Boris Yeltsin, who paves the way for him to the presidency in exchange for immunity, protection, and pension. Putin fully complies with what was promised to the outgoing president in his first decree, something sui generis in Russian history. There was much speculation that Stalin, in the first years of his life, served as the Tsar's SPDA. For what it's worth, I don't know if there's more speculation about that down in Peru. For all the reading I've done about Stalin, maybe I've just read the wrong things, but this is not like even the anti-Stalinists I've spoken with, I've never heard a single one of them bring this up. So, interesting. Continuing. Inferring this hypothesis as why, after being sent to Siberia, Stalin was one of the few who came out alive. In other words, he's secretly working for the Tsar. Really? Vladimir Putin is a lawyer. He was a university vice-rector, assistant mayor, and official spy for the KGB Committee for State Security. Platov was the pseudonym he adopted in the middle of the Cold War. Stalin is a pseudonym that means steel, and coincidentally it was the character that the nascent USSR demanded to consolidate itself as the first socialist state in the world. The responsibility was very high. For this reason, he undoubtedly applied, in all of its aggressive potentiality, the theory and practice of the dictatorship of the proletariat, an action that possibly not even Lenin would have acted with such ferocity, despite his famous mention when he stated that in order to govern a society in transition, where there are traces of bourgeois society, it was not necessary to apply a heavy hand, but rather an iron hand. And yeah, I've actually seen the opposite said, where if it had been Lenin and not Stalin, it might have actually been fiercer. So this guy is taking the opposite perspective anyway. It could not fail. The dictatorship of the proletariat was completely justified. Stalin, despite receiving a post-war country in ruins, managed to launch the first world satellite, Sputnik. He discovered a scarier version of the H-bomb, polarized the world, turned a famine-ridden agricultural society into a highly industrialized one, and defeated the Germans in their attempt to take over the world. All this was possible thanks to his 5-year plans, his iron dictatorship, and again, when we talk about the dictatorship of the proletariat, we're talking about the class rule of the proletariat. It doesn't mean have the connotations of necessarily being severe. It means class rule. But anyway, his intolerance of unproductiveness and disloyalty. Okay. Vladimir Putin received a destroyed Russia post-Cold War with new Russian millionaires, installed drug trafficking mafia, terrorism, fundamentalism, corruption, anarchism, and disrespect for the homeland by other nations. It's quite an assessment. However, by implanting the dictatorship of the law, he restructured the state, fought and controlled the aforementioned evils. It once again bipolarized the world when the North American hegemony reigned, boasted of having destroyed the USSR without a single shot. It restored Russia to its world position. Her motto was, "Russia has only one ambition, which is to enjoy the respect of other nations." Vladimir Putin reaffirmed that any attempt to exceed the limits of the law and the Russian constitution would be crushed, but guarantees freedom of expression, conscience, and private property. So, not at all socialist. So, again, this whole thing is an extended comparison, but wait till the end. It's really striking. Unlike Stalin, who warned little and who abolished freedom of expression and eliminated private ownership of the means of production, Putin undoubtedly had a communist background despite being a Christian. He studied law. I mean, he had a position in socialist Russia for sure. I mean, he knew what Marxism was, just as choosing not to follow it at all. He studied law, specializing in international law and studying dialectical materialism. This training had as a theoretical framework the reference of Marx, Lenin, and Stalin, who, unlike Putin, were the great classics of socialism and communism. Both, they say Joseph Stalin and Vladimir Putin have a similar temperament that makes them quick, cold, energetic, and concrete decisions. Putin acknowledges in an interview, "I was a violent boy. Seriously, I was a real ruffian." That's not actually something to brag about, but okay. Faced with the claim of the mothers of the crew members of the lost Russian submarine at a press conference, his exposition was summed up in 2 words: it sank. Both Putin and Stalin were not Muscovites. One was from Leningrad and the other from the Ukraine, respectively. Envisioning centralism, both understand that they have to march on Moscow to take full political control. As expressed in a famous phrase by Putin, "To reach the top, you have to go to Moscow." This is such a bad article. In the midst of the dictatorship of the proletariat, Stalin took absolute control through the commissars and the Soviets. In Putin's era, he claimed some special licenses. He managed to separate the governors from the Federation Council, thus losing their parliamentary immunity, a privilege they considered eternal. They also gave themselves the right to dissolve the regional assembly to impose their style of government if they failed to comply with judicial resolutions. Some degree of authoritarianism was necessary in both eras. When the USSR was installed, Lenin and Stalin proceeded to the nationalization of all the companies and institutions of Tsarist Russia. On the contrary, Putin had to face privatizations and the new kind of corporate economic power that was born on the ashes of the fall of the USSR. In the USSR, the Communist Party was the political boss of the judges, and they did what they were told, but in the post-USSR era, the magistrates did what the empire of bribery said. Putin defined it in a few words. Along with the ghost economy, we have ghost justice. In the post-USSR era, to prevent a son from going to military service, $5,000 were paid. In Putin's time, compulsory military service was reinstated. The USSR anthem was reinstated, albeit with different non-socialist lyrics, and which to me is more of an insult than just having a different anthem. And the Red Star was restored to the military flag. So great, you're doing some symbolic tips of the hat to socialism while obliterating it in substance. as we're about to read in the Desovietization article. Splendid. I mean, really, why wouldn't you be excited as a Marxist? As in Stalin's 5-year plans that significantly increased Soviet production, in the government of Vladimir Putin in 2003, Russia was urged to... This is like you want like a roadmap of revisionist talking points. Holy shit. Hey, the USSR introduced 5-year plans that took out market anarchy and introduced a planned cooperative not-for-profit economy. Putin got the GDP up a lot. I mean, you see people using these talking points. It's factories of sewage, like apparently Peru Libre, that are helping to pump it out and give it legitimacy. And then people get confused because these parties call themselves Marxist-Leninist. That's fucking astounding. Anyway, as in Stalin's 5-year plans that significantly increased Soviet production, in the government, again, no analysis of the class content of property relations, anything like that. Just, oh yeah, he produced more, and so did Putin. In the government of Vladimir Putin in 2003, Russia was urged to double its GDP in 10 years as a substantial goal of the new government. Putin, despite accepting the market economy, which brings corruption and social rot, fights hard against crime. Oh good, so you're a tough-on-crime conservative. That's... Again, you're for a system that creates crime, but then you punish people who get caught up in it. Yeah, that's not a good thing. Putin, despite accepting the market economy, which brings corruption and social rot, fights hard against crime, corruption, prostitution, and the diseases that the latter brings. Okay, so you're down the road to fascism. Awesome. Promoting systemic problems and then blaming the victims of them and punishing the victims of them. All this progress in Russia is thanks to the new model of government. Now fasten your seatbelts. All this progress in Russia is thanks to the new model of government, the dictatorship of the law. Logically, in a more modern world where the dictatorship of the proletariat has no place. You know what has no place, fucko? Your political party calling itself Marxist. That is just... We're now at the end of the article. Was there a fucking point to that? Except, again, like I said, to lay out a roadmap of revisionist talking points. Utterly stunning. Utterly stunning. But anyway, this is the party that produced Castillo and Boluarte. So, yeah. Let's go into the chat for a minute. Then I'm going to take a quick break, and then we will finish our final article for the stream. This is the only stream I'm going to be doing this week. All right. Where were we in the chat here? Peru Libre hasn't even been around for 20 years, so I'm assuming it has always been revisionist, my guess. Usually this is with old parties that degenerated with the USSR. So yeah, in other words, the revisionism, as the CPSU, Communist Party of the Soviet Union, became revisionist and then eventually tanked the USSR, resulting in its complete political and therefore economic destruction because the economy was basically run politically. So once the politics were destroyed, the economy went with it, and then the free marketeers flooded in. Everything was sold for pennies, and yeah. Anyway, Putin did not restore Russia. For example, Russia during the USSR had way more hospital beds and physicians than 2023 Russia. They still have not recovered. Yeah, Politsturm put out an article about this recently. Let me see if I can get the title for you. I haven't had a chance to read it yet. Politsturm. It's called 20 Years of Putin's Economy. Actually, let me switch to that tab real quick and just read you. So this is us.politsturm.com/20-years-of-Putin's-economy is the thing. So the article starts off, 20 years of Putin's economy. For more than 20 years, Vladimir Putin has been the key power figure in the Russian Federation. For 17 years, he's been in the presidency, and for 4 years, he served as prime minister. So 21 years in power in total. Russian bourgeois propagandists call the period of his leadership the rise of Russia from its knees. The socialist workers had their knees on the bourgeoisie's throat, so they have thrown off the proletarians, and now the bourgeoisie has risen to their feet again. And now they have their boots on the proletariat's heads because it's one or the other. In their opinion, during this time, the country has overcome the collapse and devastation of the 1990s and took the path of, quote, sustainable development. So this is the thing. After 1991, Russia was in complete chaos for like 10 years, just mafia, like everything was in total disarray. What Putin represents is the period of restoring some sort of order to things, and so it's coming out of the post-USSR chaos into a period of relative capitalist stability compared to that. Official Russian propaganda keeps talking about the recovery and development. Promises of a strong emerging economy, innovations, and modernization have resounded since the beginnings of Putin's rule. The same routine promises about improving the population's well-being have been promoted for decades. And now, at a new stage in the aggravation of the international situation, accompanied by serious sanctions pressure, government officials and the official media assure the Russian people that Russia was preparing for sanctions, Russia will cope with the sanctions, and sanctions will only push the country's development, repeating slogans which became mundane after 2014. But the merciless reality has again shown that the Russian Federation's extreme dependence on the supply of foreign goods and technologies, their underdeveloped high-tech production, and reliance on the export of the resource-extracting sector of the economy, and a low standard of living. Let's see what has been promised to Russians and how the bourgeois state developed the economy during these past 20 years. Again, the 20 years after, quote, restabilization around the year 2000. So I'll put a link to that article. I'm not going to read the whole thing right now. We're already kind of late, and I have a long article still to get through. But I will put a link to that here. Let me just stick it in my notes. Okay. So, yeah. And yeah, also, wait, Stalin was from Georgia. What? I haven't even had time to get into that, but yes. The fall of the USSR was an immense humanitarian crisis, absolutely. These guys have zero credibility. It's amazing, right? That article was fucking... Let me just put it back up on the screen. That article was straight fucking garbage. I mean, just a mind-blowing extent. Yeah, there's the original page. Just so we have a reference for what we're talking about. Wait, so if markets and profit incentive are what makes something capitalist, does that not mean China isn't communist? So when you start switching all of your targets to just GDP and things like that, which China started doing a while ago, or at least major goals in terms of GDP, that definitely would seem to indicate a shift away from socialism because GDP is not a great measure of that. That was literally in the beginning like one of their only goals was increasing GDP. China is incontestably, it's not controversial to say, China is allowing massive amounts of capitalist activity in their country that previously they were not allowing and suppressing. They're allowing foreign capital to come in, and the whole line is that the Communist Party of China has it under control. They're allowing this communism to happen in a controlled way. The problem is, even if that is true, or that was true 10 years ago, or might still be true for a few years, capital makes investments in order to make more money. The more money they have, the more power they have. And that makes changes in the society. The society must be changed to accommodate the needs of capital. And it is a matter of time before they build up enough power that the CPC is no longer in control if they, in fact, are still today. So that's, kind of the thing. You allow capitalism, then the power of capital begins growing. Now, if it's starting off at zero and it takes some time to grow, hey, it'll be relatively weaker than the organized proletariat for some period of time, but eventually it won't be. And so if we look at, for example, the way that things have changed, where is it? Here's China 1995 to 2018. Private sector is China's main economic driver. Private sector's contribution. So this chart shows the private sector's contribution to different parts of the Chinese economy in percent. The light blue is 1995. The dark blue is 2018. Urban employment. In 1995, the private sector was only 18% of urban employment. So that's not a lot. You can make a case that you have it under control. In 2018, it was 87% of urban employment. Okay. Exports. Private sector in 1995, 34%. Private sector 2018, 88%. Fixed asset investment went from 42% to 65%. So there's a clear direction that this is going in. At what point do you lose political control if they haven't already? That's the question. So, I mean, you can look at chart after chart similar to that. Yeah, his name is Vladimir, though. Must be legit. I think Bernstein is probably even a step above here. That was an embarrassing article. That was an embarrassing article. You want to know what is a Bernsteinian? Read What Is to Be Done. It was an opponent of Lenin on principle. The exclusive focus on productivity and complete dismissal of the conditions in which that productivity occurs. Yeah, so this is, if you want to see a good hallmark of a revisionist analysis, is it never mentions class. In fact, that article concluded by saying that the dictatorship of the proletariat has no place in the modern world. If you make a statement like that, how do you contend that what you're doing is Marxist at all? That's amazing. So it's just productivity, bro. The 5-year plans were just about productivity. It wasn't about collectivization. It wasn't about changing property relations. It wasn't about attacking the petty bourgeoisie as a class. It wasn't about anything like that. It was about productivity, GDP. And it is ostentatiously Orwellian. Yeah, I mean, we would specifically call it revisionist, but yeah, it's blatantly dishonest. But this is the kind of pathetic revisionism you get. Why I have no real respect for the the Russian imperialist propagandists. They don't even have good game. They make these pathetic arguments that just are so incredibly shoddy. It'd be like, looking at like a knockoff, like off-brand counterfeit product that's just falls apart when you sneeze on it. You can't even respect their game as a counterfeit. It's so bad. Maybe next they'll be announcing that the chocolate ratio is up from 30 to 25% next. I don't know what that means. But India regulates foreign investment more than China does now. Yeah, I haven't seen. It wouldn't shock me, but yeah. Am I done uploading to SoundCloud? No, that's a good question. I have just been behind. So what I plan to do is to clip this show and the previous 3, upload those clips to YouTube. And no, I just got behind on the SoundCloud. I'm not done with it. Thank you for the question. Then it sounds like China is basically more a SOCDEM country than a communist one. This is what a lot of people now contend. I still think that there's potential for them to turn it around, but it would take very, very big changes. Potentially like a second revolution, at which point, So, yeah. Yeah, so on Bernstein, a revisionist Marxist who is sort of reformist, whereas your average SOCDEM today doesn't necessarily even want an end to capitalism. So it's a sort of a gradual reformist approach to eventually getting rid of capitalism someday versus the average SOCDEM doesn't even want to do that. How much of that private sector, like, say, housing development, is basically fully financed by the government, so much so that they just let over-leveraged companies fail? Well, isn't this the stage of capitalism? I mean, that's a great question, and I would like to actually like to just bring that up in a later stream. That's a very good question. Thank you. I'll make a point of coming back to that. That would make a good topic. All right, so we've caught up on the chat. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to take a quick, again, just 1 minute break. We will come back. We will talk about Desovietization in Russia, and I'll be right back. All right, and we're back. So, here we go. Last article of the show. So I started doing this article in the show that didn't, number 79, that didn't get recorded because we had a technical glitch. And we're going to do it today. It is long, but worth it. So shout out again to Comrade Shpakova, who does lots of research on the former USSR countries and China, and what they're getting up to today, Chinese capitalism, and the restoration of capitalism in the former USSR countries. So along those lines, we have this article about the decommunization or desovietization process in Russia. And this was posted on a site called Vault 8 Russian. It was translated from Russian. The translation is actually very readable, so that's good. Posted by Bjorn Grimm 1036, 12/30/2018. So it's from about 4 years ago. But this process has been ongoing since the end of the USSR, basically. Is just as when a revolution happens, places get named after revolutionaries, and all of the new social order gets reflected, and new political order gets reflected in things like that, in order to have celebrations of that new order reinforced in day-to-day life. Well, the bourgeois counter-revolution, ushering in a new age of capitalist misery after the political destruction of the USSR and the economic destruction, which was closely tied with the and a consequence of the political destruction. They have to basically rename all these things, not after socialist revolutionaries, but against either old figures from the Tsarist era or whatever. This is an excellent anti-fascist article because basically the conclusions that we get out of this is the Russian government is trying not to do this so much itself, so it's outsourcing a lot of this process to various right-wing NGOs and things like that. When you actually start, as Bjorn Grimm 1036 did, picking apart and really digging into who is in these organizations, it is neo-Nazis and all the same kind of stuff that you find in Ukraine, which Russia is, of course, quote, denazifying right now. So why I said they're actually decommunizing both countries is because that's really the thing that they're doing, is they have to destroy any trace of working people's culture in order to integrate the former USSR more fully with global capitalism. Remember, it's only been a few decades since the destruction of the USSR. And, the 90s were like sheer chaos. The last 20 years have been more stabilization. But they can't rush it. They have to play in the nostalgia for the USSR, especially as the current economic reality is not so savory. And they can't rush it, but they do have to decommunize, because the USSR, the existence of it for about 70 years, was a black eye for global capitalism. It was the existence of an alternative system that overcame the injustice of capitalism, represented a proletarian-led future, and a transition towards eventual communism, which it takes a long time to defeat capitalism, unfortunately, but it does. And, as I made the point before, if, all the left comms and anarchists were correct that the USSR wasn't actually socialist and all this kind of stuff at any point in time, and it did become revisionist, but if it wasn't actually socialist at all, they wouldn't be needing to do this whole process of desovietization and decommunization, because it wouldn't actually be a threat at all. Anyway, this will go through a lot of names and places. They're going to be up on the screen. I'm not going to, well, first of all, reading Russian names is not my forte. Second of all, there are long lists of names that I'm just not going to be able to read out. They will be on the screen, and I'll be providing a link as well. In the interest of getting through this article, I would rather not spend 15 minutes reading a list of names, but just highlighting a few key ones and getting to the overall political points that this article is making. If you want to go through the details yourself, again, it will be linked in the video description. So let's get into it. Who is behind the decommunization of Russia? This material presents a holistic picture of the organizations that took on the dirty work of fighting our Soviet culture, history, and people's memory. The material is made in the form of a rather analytical note so as not to distract the reader from the information received and its comprehension. The text is given in one hefty long read, but is divided into chapters so you can return to reading in several stages. Average reading time is about 30 minutes with a slow, unhurried familiarization. Warning, this article contains numerous images from far-right resources, including symbols of neo-Nazi organizations, photographs of actions, and their campaigning. As they found when they started digging through the social media profiles of the people involved in the organizations which are involved in decommunizing, they found a lot of neo-Nazis, not surprisingly. These materials are published as evidence for research, by nature anti-fascist research, and they do not pursue the goal of promoting Nazism, extremism, and racial discrimination. In 2011, the country was threatened with another wave of desovietization, the fight against Soviet culture, history, and the Soviet heritage in general. The need for desovietization was explained by the initiative group from the Council under the President of the Russian Federation as an ideological measure before the necessary ultra-liberal, and when they say ultra-liberal, they mean like free marketeer, libertarian, privatize everything, etc., reforms in the economy and society. So let's just restate. The need for desovietization was explained by the initiative group from the Council under the President of the Russian Federation. Who's that? We've mentioned his name before. As an ideological measure before the necessary ultra-liberal privatizing reforms in the economy and society. So this is something ideologically they had to roll out before they could actually continue the work of privatizing and taking present-day Russia further away from its Soviet recent history. At that time, one sociological survey of Axio 1 was enough to stop the de-Soviet impulse for a while, because the media sphere was still then at least somewhat respectable. So there was a survey conducted. Apparently this wasn't popular. They had to cool down this campaign. But since 2016, in which Minister of Culture Vladimir Medinsky and head of the presidential administration Sergei Ivanov participated in the installation of a memorial plaque to Hitler's accomplice Mannerheim, a new wave of desovietization, now called decommunization, can begin. And let's remember that Putin offered, at the beginning of the Ukraine war, to give some help. Let's go back to this. The address by the President of the Russian Federation, Putin, February 21st, 2022, just 3 weeks shy of a full year ago. This was an address by the President of the Russian Federation concerning the invasion of Ukraine. What did he say? Actually, as I have already said, this is a quote from Putin, Soviet Ukraine is the result of the Bolsheviks' policy and can be rightfully called Vladimir Lenin's Ukraine. So those dirty commies made Ukraine. Why would you want Ukraine? Basically is Putin's point. Lenin was Ukraine's creator and architect. This is fully and comprehensively corroborated by archival documents, including Lenin's harsh instructions regarding Donbass, which was actually shoved into Ukraine. And today, the grateful progeny, quote unquote, has overturned monuments to Lenin in Ukraine. They call it decommunization. Well, that's of course led by the capitalist interests that want to start selling everything in Ukraine and letting in transnational companies, etc. They call it decommunization. You want decommunization? Here comes the threat. You want decommunization? Very well. This suits us just fine. Us who? Us Russians. But why stop halfway? We are ready to show what real decommunizations would mean for Ukraine. Going back to history, I would like to repeat that the Soviet Union was established in the place of the former Russian Empire in 1922. But practice, anyway, so they go on and there's Stalin's terror and blah, blah, blah. So what he's saying is, you want decommunization? Yeah, we'll help you out. That means you get reabsorbed into the Russian Empire. So, okay, decommunization. Why did I call the Russian invasion of Ukraine decommunization? Because this kind of war has one purpose, taking everything more right-wing, solving the problems within capitalism, and crushing the workers. Okay? Oh, skipping ahead here. All right. So yeah, they call it decommunization. Realizing that it was impossible to achieve what they wanted, quote, on the forehead, I'm guessing that this is a Russian idiom meaning they couldn't do this themselves. So the desovietizers gave this work to several nonprofit organizations. So they couldn't be the face of it. They had to give it to some nonprofits to do this work that the government couldn't do, among which the Return Foundation stood out. Decommunizers from the Return Foundation consistently tried to rename the Voykovskaya metro station and the city of Tutayev in the Yaroslavl region. In 2018, decommunization reached another peak, coinciding with the start of antisocial economic reforms, including pension reform, an increase in the VAT, a possible increase in utility tariffs in 2019, and others. The main informational event was the voting for the renaming of 47 airports under the name Great Names of Russia. The organizers were the Public Chamber of the Russian Federation, the Russian Military Historical Society, the Russian Geographical Society, the Russian Historical Society, the Society of Russian Literature. Voting from the very beginning caused a lot of questions about its technical structure. It was made opaque. Scandals then erupted in many cities. For example, Minister Medinsky personally removed the name of Yegor Letov from the vote in Omsk. In Kaliningrad, the monarchists resonantly fought for the name of Elizabeth I. Wow. Been talking for over 3 hours. This happens. Mouth fails. In Kaliningrad, the monarchists resonantly fought for the name of Elizabeth I against the philosopher Kant. But the most scandalous was the voting at the airport for the city of Murmansk, in which the names of Nicholas II, the polar explorer I. Papanin, and the military pilot, twice hero of the USSR, B. Safonov, competed. From the very beginning, the townspeople were against the participation of their airport in this Great Names of the Russian Federation renaming action, but their will was ignored. Network publicists recorded at least 3 possible vote stuffings. More than 20 well-known white patriots were involved in campaigning for Nicholas II. So let's add, white is the color of counter-revolution in this context, so the Red Army was the Revolutionary Army, the White Army was the counter-revolutionary capitalist monarchist army. So anyway, the white patriots were campaigning for, of course, the Tsar, Nicholas II, including State Duma deputy Natalia Poklonskaya, oligarch, owner of the Tsargrad TV channel Konstantin Malafeev, one of the leaders of the double-headed eagle monarchist society Leonid Reshetnikov, director of the Chancellery of the Russia Imperial House Alexander Zakatov, and right-wing publicist Yegor Kolmogorov. At the same time, only on November 28, a decree of the Russian President of the Russian Federation was issued with the permission to rename airports, sea and river ports, railway stations. The document proposed to the government of the Russian Federation by the end of December to develop a procedure for determining names for the list of additional names and to draw up the list itself. That is, the competition Great Names of the Russian Federation most of the time was not even supported by law and violated the federal law called On the Names of Geographical Objects, which states that only unnamed objects are allowed to be named. If it already has a name, then you can't name it. After the competition was over, the Public Chamber of Murmansk handed over to the Federal Public Chamber the will of the city residents based on polls in local media and social networks. These were to annul the voting results for Murmansk and withdraw the airport from participation. The Public Chamber of the Russian Federation refused the Murmansk residents. In addition, earlier State Duma deputy Poklonskaya turned to the administration of the Murmansk airport, announcing the possible receipt of 3 billion rubles for the reconstruction of this facility in the event of the victory of it being renamed after Nicholas II. The oligarch Malafeev made a similar statement. He offered to pay the cost of renaming the airport in the event that the name of the king won. It's difficult to call these statements anything other than bribery. To top it all off, Bishop Mitrofan of the Severomorsk and Omsk spoke, proposing to return the, quote, historical name of Romanov on Murman to the hero city of Murmansk. In connection with such an outrageous disregard for the will of the inhabitants of Murmansk, attempts to exert financial influence on the results of the competition, the dubious organization of voting, and the immoderate appetites of decommunizers, this study comes out. The society should see the whole picture, what the work of the network of decommunizers looks like today, what organizations are included in the network, and what relationships they have. The White Guards, the Foreign Agent Memorial Society, the Return Fund, the ultra-liberal hooligans from decommunization, neo-Nazis, and Banderists. Yeah, that's right. The whole Bandera thing that currently is getting so much press in Ukraine. Readers will find a lot of interesting discoveries. So yeah, Ukraine's having a massive right-wing push as they attempt to join Europe. So this is not about any one particular country. This is about a global system. It's called capitalism. And to fully integrate into that system, you have to have basically no trace of this, proletarian-led history. So there's a race to stamp it out. And these are the people behind it in Russia. So again, I'm going to skip over some details here, so the next section is subject of study and table of contents. Since this study, they're referring to this article, concerns informal social movements and underground groups, it's necessary to identify the objects under study. It is known from political science theory that informal movements have a common structural core, which includes a governing body like a council or a board. This is responsible for organizing the work of the movement, coordinating with its allies, determining its program and its ideology. And this governing body includes the most active participants. In this study, they consider several activists and board members of several organizations. Next, there's the publication of periodicals, like magazines, newsletters, brochures, websites, social media. And through these periodicals and regular publications, the movement promotes its ideas, its interests, its values to its audience, and does recruiting and attracts new members. Much attention in this study will be given to identifying the propaganda networks in which the organizations under study are embedded, including through the analysis of cross-advertising in communities and social networks. It's possible to establish the direction of actual and possible connections. So you look at who are these different networks doing outreach to, where is their crossover, where are the members coming from, things like that. Also, discussion clubs and theoretical seminars like conferences and meetings, kind of like that thing that Caleb Maupin went to in 2018 with hosted by Dugin and other neo-fascists, that kind of thing. In some cases, we will consider conferences of informal movements, crosstalk meetings, materials from online seminars. So also, we'll mention here the Schiller Institute being invited to, this is the LaRouche thing, being invited to many things in China today. So you want to look at things like that because they're points of ideological influence. So they have compiled a table of contents here talking about different topics. Desovietization in 2011 and the role of the Foreign Agent Memorial Society in that. Also looking at the Return Fund, activist programs and activities of that, which have been involved in this desovietization. The role of the Orthodox St. Tikhon Humanitarian University. This is a forge of White Guard and ultra-liberal or libertarian decommunizers. Then the Decommunization Movement Conference, June 24th, and its connection with the Return Fund. Then the comparison of the Decommunization Manifesto and the neo-Nazi groups, National Revolutionary Vanguard and the Committee of Nation and Freedom. Then the National Revolutionary Vanguard, or NRA, a network of cells of this neo-Nazi group, participation in Navalny's rallies, and communication with international neo-Nazi structures, including Ukrainian neo-Nazis. Committee called Nation and Freedom. So that's one of the neo-Nazi groups. Its communication with the NRA and with the terrorist organization Artpodgotovka, which is banned in the Russian Federation. And V. Maltseva. Propaganda resource, Russian Sector News. Communication with the DUK, Right Sector, also banned in the Russian Federation. And the Azov Regiment of Ukrainian Nazis. And then finally, summarizing. So let's get into it. So desovietization in 2011. In 2011, an initiative group from the Council under the President of the Russian Federation, headed by Sergei Karaganov and Mikhail Fedotov, put forward a program for the desovietization of Russian history, culture, and the media sphere. The organizers explained the need for desovietization by a protracted delay in determining attitudes toward the Soviet past. Allegedly, the unresolved Soviet issue hinders the implementation of economic and social reforms necessary to enter the community of developed Western countries. What does that mean? Hinders the liberalizing of Russia and the full implementation of capitalism so that it can enter the community of other capitalist advanced exploiter countries, which is what the Russian bourgeoisie is salivating at. They want a piece of the global action. The Desovietization 2011 program included the following items. 1. Recognize the Soviet Union as a criminal state and the Soviet period of history as one continuous crime. 2. Recognize that the Soviet leadership carried out the genocide of their people. 3. Recognize that, quote, Russia is one solid cotton. 4. Recognize that the USSR, drumroll, is responsible for the outbreak of World War II, a shocking lie. In the materials accompanying the main program, there were also other formulations and platform points. For example, society must admit that over the past 100 years, Russians have nothing to be proud of. Well, the main component of Desovietization 2011 was the theme of Stalinist repressions. So now they name the active participants in this program. So as far as developing that program, whose main points we just read, 6 out of 13 of the active participants of the work group were members of the NGO Memorial Society. And then they named them there. Let's continue down the list. So what is the Memorial Society? The Memorial Society has been developing the theme of repressions in the USSR since the late 1980s, while the USSR still existed, citing fantastic numbers of those who were repressed. In its work, the Memorial NGO is usually guided by the fictions of the writer Alexander Solzhenitsyn, unreliable research by a Kolchak officer, and, during the Second World War, an employee of the German Nazi propaganda unit Veneta in the occupied territories of the USSR, Professor Kurganov, real name Koshkin. Since 2016, the Ministry of Justice has recognized NPO Memorial as a foreign agent of influence. In addition to experts from Memorial, the working group on desovietization included the historian Vladimir Lavrov, a representative of the Voзвrashcheny Foundation. Lavrov will meet more than once, or he'll feature more than once below in the text, so it is necessary to give brief information from his biography. We'll just cover that real quick. He was a Doctor of Historical Sciences, 1998, academician of the Russian Academy of Natural Sciences. You can read his whole history there. He's an academic. And as you can see, Vladimir Lavrov is an active and important expert in the fight against the Soviet legacy. His track record includes participation in the creation of the 2011 desovietization program, to which 89.7% of Russian citizens answered with a resounding no. However, this is not his only credit or merit. So then they do a breakdown of the Return Foundation, which sets itself as its mission, returning Russia to moral, historical, social, human, and other values, groundlessly rejected as a result of the Soviet period in the history of Russia. It's quoting from paragraph 2.1 of their founding chapter. So basically the idea that the USSR was a rejection of moral, historical, social, and human values, and they're trying to restore now under capitalism all of those things to Russia. So they lay them out. They lay out the principles of this Return Foundation in the works: The Black Book of Names That Have No Place on the Map of Russia by Sergei Volkov, and Returning Russia by V. Medinsky, A. Kuryev, V. Lavrov, and V. Gormanevsky. The Black Book was published in 2004 with the support of the Posev publishing house of the People's Labor Union of Russian Solidarists, that is, the old military terrorist organization of white immigrants. So it goes on for a while. Here's a few quotes from the book. The cleansing of the country from communist names took place in 1991 to 1994, right after the end of the USSR. But then it practically stopped due to the officially proclaimed policy of consent and reconciliation. As a result, the path to the temple where the icon of the royal martyrs is located, that's one way of putting it, leads from the metro station named after the regicide Volkov. You get to Sergiusov-Radnevsky Street from the Ploshchad Ilyich station. Temple monument at the site of the murder of the royal family in Yekaterinburg stands on Karl Liebknecht Street. So they're basically objecting that the people who killed the monarch, and others in that sort of political camp are getting to have their names on the streets surrounding the area. The work of erasing unworthy names from the map of the country is also needed to perpetuate the memory of the true heroes of Russia. Its builders, oh yeah, some city builder shit, and defenders, its spiritual leaders, fighters against the totalitarian regime. Their example, and not the example of corruptors and destroyers, should inspire future generations. That's why they're renaming all this shit. Whoever breaks one of these, and then quoting from Matthew 5:19, whoever breaks one of these least commandments and teaches people so, he will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does and teaches, he will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So this is the kind of religious fascist lunacy that is inspiring all this. Probably in toponymy, one should also take into account these words of Christ and try to teach our children on the examples of the keepers of the commandments, not their violators, us bad communists, violators of the commandments. By doing so, we will not be accomplices in the corruption and death of Russia. We will lay the foundations for its future and hoped for revival. These are the people who are leading the Desovietization effort. So continuing now, they run through the names of the founders of the Return Fund. Again, I'm going to skip this just for time. There's like 50 panels to all of this. And then some of the more active members are also listed there. Again, this article will be linked. Yet another page of names. You can pause the screen to read it here if you want. I'm going to keep going. And then they do a breakdown of the Orthodox St. Tikhon University for the Humanities and names that are associated with that. Before we move on, though, it says, of these activists, the reader especially needs to remember Archpriest Dmitry Smirnov, historians Vladimir Lavrov, and Sergei Volkov, as well as philosopher Igor Chubayas. And the most scandalous initiatives of them are renaming several things, the burial of Lenin and the transfer of the ashes of persons from the Kremlin wall to the cemetery, and the return of officer uniforms and caps of the sample of the First World War. Moreover, some members of the Return Fund are also consultants to the youth hooligan movement, or probably say fascist, youth fascist street gang decommunization. More on this later. So let's proceed. So here's the breakdown of the St. Tikhon, again, Orthodox reactionary group here. I'm putting it on the screen. V. Lavrov, a member of the Return Fund we just mentioned, taught there, etc. So there's cross-pollination between these different things. Of course, people with this much influence, they sit on the boards of lots of different things. This is the case in really, the United States as well. People are always sitting on multiple boards and cross-pollinating that way. So now the movement decommunization. So this is an anti-communist, basically fascist, youth gang, as they youth hooligans. So you can generate a mental picture. Decommunization was founded in the summer of 2017. It is a small core of activists who make up the governing body of the movement, headed by Dmitry and Teo Tsaryanov. It is a community on VKontakte. It's a major Russian social media thing as an information platform, and the community has 8,500 subscribers today. Their main forms of activity are arrangement of actions of political hooliganism in the form of sticking symbols of the movement on the monuments of Soviet culture, photographing the result for publication on social media, conducting single and group pickets. So something like the Proud Boys, except in this case, they're not just shitting on like the legacy of U.S. social democracy or that sort of left liberal rights activists or labor unions and stuff like that. Here, obviously the workers' movement got much more advanced in the former USSR and put up all these monuments and was an entire country for a whole time. And they're attacking that. So that's the kind of stuff that they do. And they, of course, spread propaganda for the renaming, condemnation of the communist ideology in general, and the promotion of anarcho-capitalist and libertarian ideas. So yeah, Proud Boys, shit like that, that you find, 3%ers, people like that in the United States. The decommunization movement has cross-advertising with the Right Idea and Right Idea Publics, the coalition of anti-Soviet communities, Great and Sovereign, and forms a single network with them. In the cloud of this network, outgoing links to other resources, there's a well-known organization, White Cause, which installed a memorial plaque to Kolchak in St. Petersburg on November 12, 2016. This board was dismantled by a court decision in the summer of 2017. So they sometimes even exceed the state's judgment of, how far they can push this effort at any one given time. But make no mistake, they're doing the same work and they're headed in the same direction. So at the end of the Great Names of the Russian Federation contest, which is a mass renaming thing we were just talking about, Vespa Media published material summing up the results and false conclusions about the alleged, quote, Russian awakening in the monarchical sense, due to the abundance of winning pre-revolutionary and non-political candidates rather than the Soviet ones. When in fact, these results were the results of bribes and, as we were covering before, they offered the airport 3 billion rubles or whatever if they get the right result. And then, of course, the Vespa Media jumps in there, drawing all kinds of ridiculous conclusions about how this means that the public actually is super monarchist now, actually. So they now go through this. The most famous event in the media sphere was the Decommunization Conference, June 24, 2018. Experts from the Return Foundation as well as Americanist political scientist I. Denisov spoke at it, and there is a picture of them here. Left to right, Chubais, Lavrov, and Volkov. The most striking was the statement of I. Chubais, "We demand Russian Nuremberg." This refers to the idea of equating fascism and communism. So basically the convening of the Nuremberg Tribunal 2.0, but this time, war criminals of communism, basically. At the end of the Second World War, General Vlasov, with the support of Heinrich Himmler, the SS, and white emigrants, created his own government, the Committee for the Liberation of the Peoples of Russia, KONUR. It included, for example, A. von Lampe, an associate of General Wrangel, one of the founders of the Russia All-Military Union, the leader of the Berlin department of the EMRO. KONR issued the Prague Manifesto, which consisted of the following points. The committee, so this is a quote, "The Committee for the Liberation of the Peoples of Russia aims to the overthrow of Stalinist tyranny, the liberation of the peoples from the Bolshevik system, and the return to the peoples of Russia of the rights they won in the People's Revolution of 1917. B, ending the war and concluding an honorable peace with Germany. And C, an honorable peace with Germany. The creation of a free people's state without Bolsheviks and exploiters." Okay, so you're fascist. After World War II, some ideas from the Prague Manifesto miraculously spilled over into the American Declaration of Enslaved Communist Peoples, Public Law 86-90. According to this declaration, adopted in 1959, all peoples from the communist countries of the world, except for the Russian, were recognized as enslaved by communism. The U.S. took it upon itself to remember the enslaved peoples until the final elimination of the communist system. The declaration is still valid. This is a new one on me. I'm going to have to look that up. To date, the idea of Nuremberg over communism has already turned into the idea of Nuremberg on the Russian people, which was announced by a member of the Return Fund, Igor Chubais, at the conference of the decommunization movement on June 24. At the same time, Russian historians, in the monarchical sense, Lavrov and Volkov, didn't even try to challenge the statement, and some part of the audience, obviously from the Russian people, happily supported it. So then, at the same conference, Dmitry and Teo announced the Decommunization Manifesto. So now they're going to compare the program of the decommunization movement with the program. So decommunization is more libertarian. They're going to compare it with the programs of two neo-Nazi groups operating in Russia. Will we find similarities? Well, as we know, libertarianism is crypto-fascism. The Lulbert to fascist pipeline is now short, and the pipe is virtually transparent. So this is all part of the global far-right convergence as capitalism gets into deeper and deeper crisis and must rely on more repression as the threat of socialist rebellion and revolution becomes more and more probable. So the comparison of these manifestos. And this is, so Manifesto Decommunization of June 14, 2018 has these points: banning Soviet symbols, monuments, anthems, and renaming any Soviet toponyms on the map. 2, cancellation of censorship. 3, opening, so again, this is free speech for Nazis, that's what that means. 3, opening archives with the cases of the repressed. 4, return of property to victims of the Soviet regime. Did you lose slaves? Poor you, here's your stuff. Just amazing. Reimbursement of the cost of camp labor to former political prisoners. I guess they don't have prisons in Russia anymore. Lustration against former Soviet officials guilty of the crimes of the Soviet regime. Legislative recognition of the peoples of Russia as victims of the Soviet regime. And the prohibition and dissolution of the SFB as the legal successor of the terrorist Soviet organization of the Cheka. Now, the program of neo-Nazis from the National Revolutionary Vanguard. We stand for 1, the resignation of the current government of the Russian Federation and the president, so that's inconsistent. Lustration of the entire bureaucratic apparatus, so similar. The abolition of any censorship and the exit of the media from the control of state structures, so that's the same. And again, betrays a shocking ignorance of the class nature of ownership generally and the media in capitalism. Like, capitalists are gonna own the most media because things are for sale, including the media, and the capitalists have the most money. Yeah, anyway. It's the abolition of all political parties, of the criminal and administrative codes of the Russian Federation. That one's different. The dissolution of the SFB and the political police of the CPE. That one's the same. The abolition of all political articles of the criminal and administrative codes of the Russian Federation. That one's different. The dissolution of the SFB and the political police of the CPE. That one's the same. Creation of an open, am I rereading some of these? Yes. Creation of an open and impartial tribunal to investigate and to bring to justice criminals from the ranks of these structures involved in the repression of political and civil activists. This is a coincidence. I mean, they coincides with the earlier points. Only decommunization wants to create a lustration tribunal against representatives of the Soviet regime, and for neo-Nazis, Putin's regime is the legal successor of the Soviet regime. Then the release of all political prisoners, rather than compensation, but similar. Seizure of property and money savings obtained illegally and under the control of the oligarchs and transferring them to the population of the Russian Federation. This is coincidental. Decommunization requires the return of property to victims of the Soviet regime. The transition from the capitalist system of economic relations to the socialist one, although, again, these are neo-Nazis, so highly distorted, for sure. So, alternative solution, decommunization requires Russian Nuremberg and taking into account the Western experience of development, while the neo-Nazis from the National Revolutionary Bloc hide behind the word socialism in the sense of National Socialism or Nazism, which is not socialism. The right of each individual people to self-determination. So this is alternative solution to the same basic point. Decommunization requires the recognition of the peoples of Russia as victims of the Soviet regime, compensation and restitution, i.e. monetary and proprietary compensation instead of territorial. And then finally, the program of neo-Nazis from the Committee, Nation, and Freedom. So I'm just going to put this on the screen. I do want to get later. You can see that there's significant overlap as well as difference. This is, of course, people who have studied the far right. Different groups have different positions, but a same general orientation. So anyway, the conclusion, the programs of decommunization and the NRA coincide by 50%. And if with conditional coincidences and alternative solutions, then you can increase that number to 80%, where there are similarities, if not complete overlap. The program of the Committee of Nation and Freedom, the second neo-Nazi group, has similarities 60%, and if you include alternative solutions, 70%. So they're both like majority coincident with the neo-Nazi programs. The programs are written in a single anti-Soviet decommunizer concept, even though each of the three groups has its own spin on it. Generally, they're like 70% in agreement on the basic anti-Soviet decommunization points. They include the accusation of the United Russia Party, the government of the Russian Federation, the president of the Russian Federation, and law enforcement agencies of Sovietism, things which succeeded the USSR. So basically, you could say that they want to take they want even more of a break. They see the current government of Russia even as too close. Like you could say that as far as the restoration of capitalism, it's a transitional state. Well, first of all, you had the CPSU in the 80s. Then in the 90s, chaos. Now there's the stabilized capitalism under Putin. They want like another transitional step. They want to even get away from the current government. So that's how they see decommunization as like rolling along to the next step. So, okay. So now they do a breakdown of the National Revolutionary Vanguard Group. Again, for time, I'm going to skip this, but it is on the screen. And so now they start going into the breakdowns of the V-Contact communities, and they're doing recruiting. The NRA practices appeals to young people about 18 years old. They have campaigns to join activists for either short-term or long-term to, quote, fight the regime. So they offer here some pictures of what their social media recruiting looks like. This is, of course, in Russian. I'm going to keep going because there's actually kind of a lot of slides here of the social media stuff. So there's also a caption, the Moscow cell of the NRA was present at one of Navalny's rallies in Moscow. And on the march in memory of Boris Nemtsov on February 27, 2016, some cells of this group were at rallies in their region. So there's an example, NRA representatives of the Nemtsov rally in February 2016. And then in one of the photo albums of one of the NRA, there was a muddy photograph found which possibly depicts the process of training to equip a Molotov cocktail. Gloves so that there are no fingerprints, a rag in the throat of a fire bottle. Anyway, it looks very similar. So again, they put the disclaimer again. This is not intended to promote, but to track and expose fascist organizations. This is anti-fascist research, not pro-fascist research. And I want to note there, so you see the name of the profile. It says Kali Jugend. So this is a play on words. So the Kali Yuga is like a theory being promoted that there are major different eras to history. You can almost say it's attempting to replace the modes of production sort of theory of dialectical materialism. But it's like a much older theory that we're living in the age of the Kali Yuga, which is an age of corruption and devolution, and that eventually, there will be sort of cleansing fire, sweep it all away. It's a popular fascist concept as far as, that they're going to be the ones who renew society and civilization, that, they're going to help bring like an end to this age of like judgment on the earth and all this kind of shit. But Jugend is German for youth. So it's clearly trying to recruit youth. Again, play on words, Kali Yuga, Kali Jugend. Insidious. Okay, the NRA is cross-promotional with the Green Library and Kali Jugend community, with which it forms a single network. The Green Library publishes neo-Nazi, pagan, and pseudoscientific literature. For example, Fascism as a Style by Armin Mohler, Hitler and I by Otto Strasser, Nationalist Revolution by Ernst Jünger, The Faith of Our Ancestors by Ukrainian false historian Vladimir Shayan, Russia in Captivity by Yuri Ekashev, Arrows of the Phalanx by Jose Antonio Prima de Rivera, founder of the Spanish flavor of fascism called Phalangism. The administrator of the public Green Library and Kali Jugend is a user under the pseudonym Forest Chief. The audio recordings of this user include the song of the extremist band Timur Mutsarev, the anarchist anthem, and Makhno, the song Black Sotnik of the UPA, an organization banned in the Russian Federation. Among the friends of the forest leader is the coordinator of the Nation and Freedom Committee, the neo-Nazi organization we were just looking at, and Russian Sector News, Sofia Budnikova committees. So again, you see the cross-pollination between these groups. And there's the documentation. They've also underlined something called Order 15, which, what's that symbol that Order 15 is using? That would be the same thing as in the Azov battalion thing. So let's take a deeper look here. So this is a complete list of groups in which the NRA public administrator is a member, included in the public pages of the Nation and Freedom Committee and the Popular Resistance Association. So they're all there, and they're underlined, proceeding. So they document some of the other things that they're involved with, including mentioning the Order 15. So here we go. Public Order 15 positions itself as an international coordinating community of Nazi and racist resources in Eastern Europe, promotes racial purity of blood and marriage, the principles of environmental anarchism, the New World Order, imperialism, observance of workers' rights, honest laws, ethnic autonomy, traditional family, responsible business. In one of the posts on the wall, the administrator of Order 15 recruits applicants. Here's the pitch. Want to join a nationalist org, but can't quite find one that understands your godlike nature enough to pay you, rather than asking you for money? Then here's the next best thing. Any Order 15 member that brings in another member can claim 50 SEK per person. That's just over $5 per person. So chop chop, you slackers. Payments made via PayPal only. So they're paying people to recruit here, or at least give them their membership, would-be membership info. The administrator of Order 15, the Order 15 community, is a user with the pseudonym Robin Hood. Getting to his page, we find the manifesto of Order 15. Robin Hood himself is a member of the public pages of the German National Socialist Workers' Party, the Alliance of White Nationalists, and the American division of Order 15. So there's just a caption showing the same. Moving on here. And continuing, they're just documenting that they took a picture. They didn't just make it up. All right, so now they get into the Nation and Freedom Committee. So again, going back to the earlier organizations that are tied in with these efforts, now we're getting into the nitty-gritty of like street level fascist organizing. So emblem of the committee, Nation and Freedom. Notice the bird, any significance there. And Donbass. So this is the emblem of the Bandera Battalion of the Donbass of the National Guard of Ukraine. Familiar bird, isn't it? Also that cross. So let's start studying the committee right away with the leader, Vladimir Basmanov. On his VK page, he states that from 2002 to 2011, he was one of the organizers of the neo-Nazi organization DPNI, banned in the Russian Federation. From 2011 to 15, he was a member of the Russian Union, banned in the Russian Federation. And since 2014, he's been the leader of the neo-Nazi organization movement, Committee, Nation, and Freedom. That is, again, familiar to us. So I'm going to actually, I think you can tell the general thing here. I'm going to skip to the end just so we can wrap up the stream for today, because I got to move on to other stuff. But Basmanov's videos are of the greatest interest. They contain several interesting specimens, a video with a speech by an activist of the National Revolutionary Vanguard, Pavel Lebediansky, and an activist of another movement in a similar program, the Association of People's Resistance. And allegedly he provided security for Alexei Navalny at rally in support of the voters' strike on January 28. They think 2018, but there's a question mark there. All right, so let's get down to the end. I'm going to skip a few screens worth of stuff as they just go through more and more pages. Another youth organization for neo-Nazis, et cetera, et cetera. And let's get into, again, more profiles of these people specifically. Here's the summary. Summarizing, the policy of decommunization in Russia is no different from a similar policy in Ukraine. The difference is only in the stages of the process. The general purpose of decommunization is to distract the people from antisocial reforms. Simply put, the people are robbed, and for some reason they should be glad that at least they don't live under communism. This is literally, it's the same thing going on in the United States. So if this sounds familiar, it's because capitalism is a global system. All right? It's not about this country versus that country. It is about a system. The think tanks of decommunization in Russia are the Foreign Agent NGO Memorial and the Return Fund. The principles by which the Return Fund operates are formed by the white emigre organization, People's Labor Union of Russian Solidarists, that is, Polish, Hitlerite, and CIA accomplices. These principles, according to Sergei Volkov, the author of the Black Book of Toponyms that have no place on the map of Russia, violate the policy of consent and reconciliation that has been going on since 1994. The Return Fund not only promotes the renaming of Soviet toponyms or place names, but also through its members Lavrov, Volkov, and Chubais, advises the hooligan ultra-liberal movement of de-Enteo decommunization, which again has this overlap with the neo-Nazi various gangs and things. Dmitry Enteos studied at the Orthodox St. Tikhon Humanitarian University. This theological educational institution was founded, among other things, by one of the members of the Return Fund, Archpriest D. Smirnov. Two members of the Return Fund, V. Lavrov and S. Volkov, taught or are teaching history at PSTGU. PSTGU graduated from Bishop Mitrofan of the Severomorsky and Umsky, who, in an interview with the Zargrad TV channel, called for renaming Murmansk to Romanov on Murman. The program of the decommunization movement coincides from 50 to 70% with the programs of the neo-Nazi groups National Revolutionary Vanguard, NRA, and Committee of Nation and Freedom. At the same time, the Committee of Nation and Freedom, as a separate item of the program, approves the principles of complete desovietization and renaming of Soviet toponyms, which is the same as the Return Fund. Both neo-Nazi groups have ties to foreign neo-Nazi movements. The NRA, through intersecting information networks of administrators, the committee, directly through its resources, promotes the activities of the banned terrorist groups Right Sector and Art Podgotovka against Russia. Thus, we observe that instead of the council under the President of the Russian Federation, a near-government NPO, a foreign agent, a hooligan movement, and a wide neo-Nazi network with international connections are contracting for the decommunization of Russia instead of the council under the President of the Russian Federation. The decommunization of Russia is a neo-Nazi revenge. It must be stopped by all the progressive forces of our country. So, wrapping up here, I just wanted to look at the comments here. Behind communization are fierce Russophobes, Marx and Engels, as well as traitor number one of all times and peoples, Ulyanov, Lenin, who lived in the West, great crime, living in the West, from 1900 to 1917, came to Russia through the entire territory of Germany that fought with us, seized power and pushed through the, quote, obscene world, along to which Russia, which did not lose World War I, signed a surrender to the employer of the Bolshevik fifth column, Kaiser Wilhelm. So these things always bring out the fash, and you can understand the fascist talking points by reading them. And then it's just a set of stamps. Okay, what kind of Russophobia did I read? He also laughed at the memorial, A Foreign Agent. In general, propaganda works calls for Russophobia and the restoration of Sovietism. So this is the same thing you hear. No, actually, the real conspiracy is they want Sovietism back. It's not, far right. So you're just going to deny pages and pages of research. Be like, no. It's actually socialism. This is the same thing American libertarians say. No matter how right-wing it gets, the problem is it's not right-wing enough. It's actually left-wing. No. You don't like Joe Biden because he's a neoliberal, just another link in the chain privatizing everything in the U.S.? No, he's actually a socialist. It's the same shit in every country. They promote the same fucking agenda. So anyway, we are done. Let me just check in with the chat for a minute. I've been away for a while. Let's see what people had to say. All right, where were we? Here we were. So tired of people thinking Putin is in any way pro-USSR. Yep. Is there a distinction between left-coms and anarchists? Yes, left-coms are Marxists, anarchists are not. Left-coms are just anti-Bolshevik or, anti-Leninist or something like that. There are things like council communists. Go to Marxists.org. There's a big, there's like a left-com portal if you want to get an overview. Was Trotsky a left-com? No, Trotsky was a Leninist. At least allegedly towards the end. He was not a Bolshevik for most of the time. Some fine Bolsheviks came to Bolshevism later from Menshevism. Trotsky, I feel like, was always kind of his own thing. If you want Lenin's take on Trotsky in 1914, there's a file on the channel. Well, just look up Lenin on Trotsky. You can find it that way. It's Lenin talking, criticizing Trotsky for about an hour. Trotsky did eventually come around and made significant contributions to the revolution. Did not vied with Stalin for power after Lenin's death and lost, and was just massively bitter about it. But the kind of the way Trotsky conducted himself was, I feel like, before and after the revolution, as a shorthand, incredibly fucking annoying. And, anyway, we'll get into that. Finball has a recent video, The Finnish Bolshevik, on some speculation on the source of Khrushchevite post-Stalin revisionism, and did it have its roots in Trotskyism? So I recommend that video for some additional meditations on it. United Russia is like if you blended the U.S. Republicans, Libertarians, and Democrats into one big tent pro-capital party. There's room for anyone as long as you don't threaten capital. Yeah. Have I ever covered surveillance capitalism? Shoshana Zuboff's book on the topic. Not specifically, but I'll take a look. Thank you. I believe that the proletariat should have unlimited access to guns to be able to defend themselves against exploitation. Well, clearly organizing is also key, because the U.S. virtually does have unlimited access to firearms, and it's not in and of itself getting us anywhere. What they do in Vietnam, Luna Oi was talking about this, another communist YouTuber from Vietnam and member of the Communist Party of Vietnam. They have like sort of communal ammo, like armories. So they handle it at the commune level. And so, that makes sense. You're trying to, it's a social, it has a social function, not an individual one. That sort of militia training that they have in Vietnam. So hence the weapon ownership is handled socially as well. All right. Dugin claims to reject fascism, but you have to be able to understand fascism and be able to analyze it yourself. Many fascists today will deny that they are fascist. Look at the libertarians. They'll deny up and down that they're fascist while proclaiming fascism in their content. But yeah, who's more anti-communist than libertarians, and who's more anti-communist than Nazis? So you see the overlap. USSR responsible for World War II is a straight-up Nazi talking point. Absolutely. Yes, this is the longest stream to date, for sure. Streaming generally is done on Wednesdays, and we are going to... this is all reminiscent of how the right in the U.S. insinuated that the January 6th far-right rioters were actually Antifa. No. They were representatives of every fascist group in the country there. So actually, great point. From my experience, libertarians were conservative Republicans that knew they needed a rebranding after the Tea Party movement. So actually, libertarians existed for far longer than that. Libertarianism is part of the capitalist consensus of neoliberalism. Basically, through the 1970s, that formed by Reagan, they were really ready to launch it. That they were going to undo everything. They were going to privatize things and basically undermine all the gains made in the New Deal and Great Society project. And, basically the social democratic stuff that was accomplished in the mid-20th century, neoliberalism was an effort to tear all that down and neoliberalize. And liberalism in the capitalism sense. Take it back to free market capitalism. Libertarianism was, the fact that it emerged in the 70s, not a coincidence. So the Libertarian Party existed before that. But yeah, for sure, there's been a lot of rebranding on the right as they scramble to keep deceiving people. So yeah. Anyway, yes, we generally stream Wednesdays at this time. 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. That is typical. Also follow on YouTube. It's at Socialism for All. And I post on the community tabs there. and on Twitter and on Patreon, just confirming that there will be a stream and reminding people. So yeah, it is also published there. 1970 is also the year that wage and productivity decoupled. Yeah, well, also the labor movement reached its peak around 1960 and started to decline. So yeah, it was a big counter-revolutionary project by the ruling class around that time that really started finding its stride in the late 70s and with Reagan. Now we are over 40 years into it, and it's horrific. It's just horrific. All right. So that is it for now. Only Wednesdays, not even weekends. Yeah, I just did 4 hours, friend. So that's a lot of content. Maybe if people get the Patreon up, I can spend more time on it. As is, that's a lot of time. I also do audiobooks and other offline content. So this isn't the only thing that we do at the channel. All right. Thanks to everybody who showed up. This was a great chat. And I feel like we got a lot accomplished in the stream. Again, we just want to reiterate my appreciation for a lot of the regular names who show up in the chat. You know who you are, who, have been interacting for like better part of a year. And you and the discussion that you bring have helped to make this channel better, help to make the streams what they are. So thanks to you as well. And we'll see you soon in another video.